Yo, what's up, guys? Hello, happy Tuesday. How do you get this image loop? Well, I'm using Streamlabs OBS, and they had an image slideshow that you can do as one of the sources. So if you're using regular OBS, I think there probably is something similar to it, but it's basically just an image slideshow. Let me see. I can pull up the thing. Yeah, it's like it's a source that does like an image slideshow. And you basically just I know. Look, I know. The changing is so hard, dude. But I just basically pointed to a folder and randomizes it. My only issue is that it's one of those dumb randomizers where it's like the only randomizer I've ever liked in a playlist was like iTunes. Because iTunes would run through the whole playlist and then go back to the beginning. But every other thing, like my music playlist that I use, this image slider, it'll go to image A, and then it'll have a random chance of the next image just being the one that isn't the current one. So then if it goes to image 2, there's a possibility you can go back to image 1 because it doesn't count the fact that it just played image 1. Anyway, it still does a nice slideshow, so I'll take it, you know? With however many images I have, chances of that happening are abysmal. But it's nice, it works for me. Boy, thanks for the 7 months. Hope you're doing well, man. I know how to make my own image slideshow. How do you get your clear? Oh yeah, just send me it, yeah. I'm behind. I'm very much behind. You just send it to me. I feel like, did I get yours in? Because you would have posted. Because I've been diving through the Discord, making sure like anyone who posts, I've been putting it in a folder. And been very slowly putting it into the slideshow. I can't remember if I got yours, but yeah, just send it to me and then I'll save it. That's pretty much all you do. Give me the I'd like the date, pretty much, but felt like a while since you streamed. Yeah, it was good. It was exhausting, but it was good. No, it was just it was a tour. I was over at your side of the planet for 2 weeks. Not in your country though, but your side of the planet. it was very exhausting, but it was a good tour. Saw a lot of cool sights. Boogeyman, it was good. I was just basically resting all day. Dark Gigas, hello. Wallen, good to see you. Willow, sorry to hear about your unfortunate situations in Deep Dungeon. Fubar, good to see you. Scalar, good to see you. I know. No, I know. Actually, if I was in the UK, I probably would have said something. At the very least, hold on 1 second. At the very least, I think I would have said something if it was in the UK. But yeah. Actually, you know, I know there's a few Germans that are chilling in the stream, but I hope you all doing well though. We're back on Astro again. Actually, let me get inside because this is just gonna be the grind. We'll just get inside. Except I only have one more run because I'm out of potions. I don't have potions anymore. My potion situation is very bad, so I probably have to do something else for like a week or two again, and I'm not too happy about that, but it is what it is. Or I can just clear, and then I don't do it again. What? No. Come here. Pretty bad game for you game-wise? It happens, you know, it happens, dude. You know how you doing today? Yeah, it's good to see you guys. Hope you all had a good day today. I'm getting myself back into things. I'm still kind of, recovering from maybe jet lag or something. Oh, I'm out. I don't know what chest this is. Safety? I've had such a bad past 2 days. Yesterday, I lost one. Ugh. Then I actually deleted because I wasn't like, oh no! Oh gosh, I know, I've heard that happen a couple times already. It feels so bad. Like, I think I go through such a habitual way of, like, doing the runs and the stream and stuff, that just hasn't happened for me. But I'm very sure if I wasn't paying attention, that would totally happen to me. And that sounds horrible. Because I basically go through it very, very, robotically. Like, I go in, I set up the file. Like, I only reset the file if I can't go into a file. So that's the only time I actually reset a file, but I think I only have one file up at a time, so the chances of me having that happen is very abysmal. But if there is like a weird time when I have another file there, I'd probably totally reset it. Yeah, I can totally see that happening. And I hit the button so fast too, right? That's probably what happened to you too. You're probably just hitting all the buttons as fast as, like, you know, just quickly, because it's mundane. It's nothing over the top. So you just like click, and then boom. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I was gonna ask you, and you're here, Dragon Ball The Breakers? What's that? There's been a lot of Dragon Ball things coming out, right? Because here and there I keep seeing Dragon Ball stuff. Like, I don't see the actual content of what it actually is, but I just keep seeing Dragon Ball stuff, which usually kind of implies something is happening with Dragon Ball. Oh. Okay. Alright. Yeah, Willow said, they had a lag spike at 68 Heaven on High. And what happened? You died on 130, right? Or something like that? Or DC'd? 150. Ugh. Oh, you didn't. Asymmetrical multiplayer. Asymmetrical. Really? Wait, Dead by Daylight, as in someone is hunting you down and you have 4 people trying to survive? Like that? Like that Dead by Daylight? Or you're talking about more the animation? Zombie grabbed me, I shielded, healed through 2 AoEs, but didn't realize one zombie had 1%. Oh yeah. You know, that's what happened to me. You know, that is what happened to me, Willow, on one of my Astro attempts. When I had the boss at like 0.2% or something. I got caught with a zombie and I had no game plan. 0. I was not banking on that zombie getting to me, and I didn't have enough reaction time to get out of there before Dark Mist. And so, you know what my play is now? It's the Resolution. That's my go-to plan now. But that's specifically Astro. Like, if I'm on stage, I think I can trust my AoEs enough, but like Astro, I can't. So I'd have to probably go Rezo and just make sure I get out of there alive. That was my lesson of that day. It was very embarrassing for me personally. Should have gotten them all. I saw them start dying, so pressed it, and yeah. Yo, what's up? Am I feeling better? I guess. I guess I'm getting better. I wish I was getting better faster though, but I'm kind of getting there. I still have the cough though. The colds and the cough are still there. It's not that bad, but it's just there, and that's what kind of just annoys me. I'm just hoping I shake it tomorrow, if not the day after. I don't really have any other symptoms, so it's okay. Oh, that's a nice wombo combo. I can't. I'm so hyped with I know. I'm not sure when the next live letter is after the 14-hour one. What do you think? Like the end of October, or maybe in November? We should hear something by then.
Ola.
I'm so ready, dude. Oh, I'm so ready, man. I just wanted to show up and just start working on it. Although I would really like to finish up Astro by then. I had a witching. Damn it. I'll choose security. Just imagine going through this with all our abilities. Yeah, I mean, amongst anything else too, the biggest the biggest thing that I'm going to be excited about, it's going through it with all you guys, where none of us know anything, right? All of you guys have hopped into Deep Dungeon, you know, after like where all the information's available and you had resources to go to, you know, if you really needed to, if you wanted to. I mean, in Bowie's end, it was like, you know, he was being, not to say this in a bad way, but in essence stubborn about, you know, trying to look at the information, trying to stay away from people helping them out. Well, now we're gonna start the Deep Dungeon and no one can help you because no one knows anything. Like, hey, how do I do this boss? Everyone's gonna be like, I don't know. Why are you asking me? We're watching you because we want to figure it out. We don't know. And it's gonna be a great feeling. But that's part, I think, what I enjoy more about anything else. It's being able to just go through something literally when no one else can help you. Because you're trying to figure it out on the spot. You're still not sure if you want to go blind for solo or see the whole thing with the team first? You know, it's interesting. I think I mentioned this before. I don't know if you've been around when I said this, but unless you go in and you're able to actually have your team, you know, like AFK half the time, so you can try to solo things. I think going in as a team and going in as a 4-man clearing normally, I don't really think it helps you that much. It gives you some information, but if they install enrages and if they install certain movesets that you don't see until you keep it alive long enough, I don't really think that helps you information-wise, and that's why I prefer to prog solo, because you learn that stuff. And of course tank, I think, is going to be superior for the prog point, because you will survive a lot of things, but that's how I look at it. There's a strength back here. But that's my opinion. I think there are people who are going to pull enough information to be able to get clears via party solo, via party, in a 4-man. Just for me, I feel like it's more authentic of a learning experience doing it as you're supposed to do it. And then, like I said, you could ask your buddies to, like, you know, AFK for 50 minutes each floor set to learn. But I feel bad about that. You know, I want the learning experience to be equal amongst everyone. So I'd rather just do it on my own. If Behemoth Machinist level after 10 hours getting there, doing it blind is really gonna be tough. It's gonna be amazing, Boogeyman. I think that's where the community crowdsourcing will be very useful, you know? You watch someone get up to that point, you watch them very intently, and then it's like, oh, okay, good try. Or you go to the next person, you go to the next person. So I think the viewer will benefit off of that, although you still have to do it yourself. But the viewer will benefit off it, not as much as the gamer. Especially if the gamer is going in, like, you know, non-stop streaming forever. But it would still be fun. It'll still be a very fun experience. I'll take the chest first. Think image ghost. Think I'm a ghost. Hold on. Just cleared 170 solo with 1 second remaining on the timer. Yeah, you know what Willow said? You perfectly planned out the floor. You used every second that you needed. That's what that means. It's like the FF8 seed exam on the first seed exam that you take when you fight Ifrit. You know, you get a bonus point. Well, you don't really get actual bonus points, but you get accolades for killing Ifrit with like less than 10 seconds on the clock. So you get extra kudos for killing it with 1 second on the clock. Going with a group is probably the best way to build up Aether Pool. Yes. Well, my plan, Willow, and I'm not hiding my plan. Like, first of all, you're going to see my plan in action, like, on Twitch, so I'm not hiding anything from anyone. But my plan, when the next one comes in, is I'm gonna take in 3 buddies, probably 3 of my mods. We're gonna go in on release. So let's say that the new Deep Dungeon is the same as Heaven on High in terms of floors and functionality with, actually I should have been adding these mimics. Let's say it's the same as floors and functionality, meaning it's 100 floors, and then you get to 21 to 30 and it's your repeatable floor. We're gonna get up to that part. And then I'm gonna spam 21 to 30 until we're at about 60-ish, and then I will break off from the party. Now, whatever my guys decide to do, that's on them. But I'm breaking off at about 60, and I'm gonna start soloing. That's my plan of action. And again, do you think that's the most efficient way to do it? Maybe. I mean, would it be more efficient to actually climb and do the whole thing while leveling armor? Probably. But that is what I'm going to do. So, I hope it's 100 too. But I don't care what it is, dude. I'm just gonna be happy we get one. And it's in our hands, and we're playing it, and I could log into 14, and I could go into Deep Dungeon, you know what I'm saying? That's all I want to do right now. You hope there is an Aether Pool? Well then, how are you gonna do the weapons, Omni? If you don't have Aether Pool, how are you gonna do the weapons? No, it's Red Mates. I'm Red Mage all the way. I think Warrior, something like Warrior, Dark Knight, any of the tanks are gonna be probably world first. I'm not gonna deny that, but I'm going in Red Mage, period. That is what I got my clears on before. I know how to prog on that job. Even though it's been like 5 years, but I'm doing it on Red Mage. Maybe relic items you get at the top, change for weapon to goodies. So like a reward for clearing. Fair. If they went with a fancy odd number like 120, that'd be fun too. Yeah, break the mold a little bit. I mean, yeah, true, we don't have to keep to this, like, hard, like, you know, 100, 200 type of number. 200's fun if you got loads of time, but sometimes dying super high floors can be demoralizing. I think, the general consensus about 200... I think if they made all the floors a challenge in Palace, there would be less of a complaint about it, because most of the argument is that the first 150 is boring. That's all it is that it's boring. It's fluff floors, it's time-consuming. You just want to get to the more difficult stuff. If for some reason the more difficult stuff is from the start, even if it's 200 floors, I think there'll be less complaints about it. Hey, Bowie, thank you for passing by, dude. Thanks for the resub, and I'll catch you next time, man. Keep doing what you're doing, because you're doing awesome things, and I've been loving your tweets, so keep it up, dude. I just hope the servers aren't overloaded for the new one. DC losses will be extra sad when it's new and exciting. Vanna, I don't know if this is gonna help you get a little confidence, man. Or ma'am. I did the Reaper World first when Early Access for EW dropped in, and I was nice and clean through that. So look, if I can survive an EW, an Endwalker release, I'm pretty sure we'll survive a Deep Dungeon release. You know what I'm saying? Maybe things could go bad. Like, that's possible. But I'm pretty sure a Deep Dungeon is not going to be as hype as an entire expansion releasing. Now, to be fair, with Endwalker, the problem was more getting into the servers, but the servers themselves was absolutely pristine. But still, with that being said, I think concerns of the servers being problematic, I think, are very low. Zeth, if you can find it, let me know. But Willow probably got you. It looks like Willow put in the correct cheat code. So just score run the early floors. People are insane, dude. I'm looking at that score reset channel. You guys are just insane. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what kind of gamers we've manifested over time, because it's just really funky looking at that channel. People are wild. Sometimes Willow, the amount of knowledge you have now, man. Like every day I'm watching you become such a better gamer at Deep Dungeon. You and Donut Bunny are like just excelling in this content each day. It's really cool to see it. Sooner or later you're gonna know as much as me. I don't need to say anything anymore. I just let you guys do the thing. Okay. I swear, every time I listen to Last Remnants, I want to play this game again. My god, you might actually end up seeing me play this game again. It's just I need to make sure I can beat it before something. Right now, Dome Keeper is definitely going to keep me busy, but I need to bridge some gap before Harvestella. Harvestella, I think, is in exactly a month. So I still remember the mechanics on pretty much every... Yeah? I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, you know when Titan Unreal came out? I did the original Titan Extreme when it first released, and that was how long ago? But I still remember those mechanics like the back of my hand. I didn't do Titan Extreme that much. I did it until I cleared like once or twice. But I still remember those mechanics like the back of my hand. Now, I kind of wanted to do Sephiroth Unreal this expansion, this patch, but I'm not really motivated to do that stuff right now. But I think I would have more or less remembered how to do that fight if I stepped into it too. Because that was the other extreme I actually did in this game. I left him alive that long. Oh, these are all silvers? Wow. I hit... God, the input memory of this game sometimes impresses me. The moment I hit gravity, I hit my card, and I didn't hit any other button and still registered the input. Pretty funny. Oh, Zor! Hey, thanks for the resub. Oh my gosh, I missed that. I was caught up in some, I was caught up in a lot of conversation. I missed your resub. Thank you for the 17 months of support. If you're still I hope you're still here. Maybe you know what? Maybe he left already because I didn't say hi. And he unsubbed immediately. He was bad, dude. Story of my life. That 34 when you get drill is such a nice feeling. Not having drill is such a pain palace. Yeah, well imagine not having AoE as a healer until 45. It's even worse. But yeah, I know what you mean. These machinists can still do damage on the lower bits. Ah! Oh, I hit the wrong button. No! Scalar, anything to 11. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Almost a year. Time flies. Thanks for all you do.
Hey, thanks for being a part of the community, Scalar. And thanks for the continued support. I appreciate it. I'm glad. I'm just doing my thing, man. I'm just gaming and talking about it. So it's great that you guys are also loving the content and enjoying it along with me. It's a nice feeling. It's definitely a great feeling, you know. Back to Lurk. Hey, I appreciate the Lurk. Hey! Hey, Dippity! Thanks for the Prime Gaming! Yo, thanks for that. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you two are having a great Tuesday and enjoying the content. Enjoy the emotes. I swear I'm gonna get new emotes. One day. One of these days I'll get a new one. One of these days. But yeah, I really gotta sit down and like think about some ideas. I have so many slots I could fill up, but... Who needs two hands on the keyboard when you only need one hand on the keyboard? Come on. Anyway. Hey, just as a heads up, on the boss kills we play ads. So we'll do a 3-minute ad on this one. And then I'll catch up with you guys in about 3 minutes, so appreciate the support. Also, give me a minute when I get out of this floor, because I'm just gonna do something real fast, but I'll be here. So BRB in 3. Thank you guys. Okay, BRB on the BRB screen. Set to blow my nose a bit. I just wish these colds would just go away. Because, you know, amongst anything else, that's probably the most irritating thing to have when you're trying to talk, you know? Is when you're constantly coughing and you have, you know, colds. It's not a great feeling. Like right now I feel and I sound stuffy, although I'm not really that stuffy, but I can hear it. I've been big inspiration, motivation here, get the warrior, get my warrior PoTD solo, happy sub. Hey, have you gotten it? Hey Dippity, are we still working on it, or did we do it? I look, if you told me before, I probably forgot, so I apologize, but... Boy, okay, so we're progging, good. Okay, let's keep it going, And keep me posted. I just ran into someone outside, the NPC here, saying that they're working on Reaper Machinist, and their PB is 194, and they're so close, and they told me they'll let me know when they get the clear. I'm like, yo, you better tell me. Only time I'm gonna threaten you gamers. You better tell me! Otherwise I'm gonna come at you. What's up, Catman? My PB is 150, I got- oh no! Oh, yeah, on Warrior? That's a tough one. 150 is definitely a wall for tanks and healers for time, because that boss takes a while. Especially depending on how you're executing that boss can eat up a lot of time. That's a big prog point. So that's completely understandable. But it's okay. You'll keep running into it, you'll keep learning about it, and eventually you'll figure it out. You know, this various daylight battle themes, I feel like work really well for Deep Dungeon. They're pretty hype with the vibe of the music. The game in itself is it's okay. But the music was great, at the very least. Am I not out of here? Hold on, I don't know what chest this is. Pushing in. It's here, somewhere. You know, it's getting worked on, Boogeyman. Allmersh is helping me out with it. I was able to finally get together the playlist, and so one of the things that was holding me back initially was the way it presents on the playlist, like how the names show up. So I fixed it. All 144 tracks currently on the playlist, all the titles are fixed to display properly. So that was step 1. And then step 2 was essentially just to take a screenshot of it and then step 3 is to get it together. So I took the screenshot of it. Allmersh said he's gonna help me out with it. So Allmersh is going to hopefully get something together. So you might see something actually soon. And I have a couple tracks I do want to test out eventually too. So I didn't want to do it today though, but there are a couple tracks I'm going to test out. I'm going to add in the P8 Phase 2. I might add in the sub-boss theme from Endwalker. Not sure. Those might be the next 2 that I add into the playlist. But I have to test them out. So on Saturday, I'm not sure how many of you guys played Bravery Default 2. It was one of the more recent releases in the Bravery series. Their songs were done by a band or a composer by the name of Revo. And Revo is the same composer that did the opening for Attack on Titan. So I wanted to put in the main battle theme, like the battle theme that you hear when you first play the game. And I tried that out, and that song's great. Like, I didn't use it because I only liked one of the other songs. But also, welcome back to the ad. I appreciate the support, guys. So I tried it out on Saturday. That was a big no. I can't use that song. When I put up on YouTube, it was ineligible for the monetization through, like, every single country, so I couldn't use it. But basically what I do is, on the lower floors, I'll try out a whole bunch of music if I have a list of things. And then we put them up into YouTube, and I see if any of the copyrights claim it or something. And that tells me if I can use the track. So, in essence, the playlist that we have is in a way, a verified playlist that will not anger YouTube. So, like, if for some reason, you know, you stream, you make YouTube videos, and you're wondering if a song works, well, that works. Like, you're not gonna get in trouble for it. Now, that's an ever-changing list of things, because, you know, down the line they might change that, and I've had that happen. But at the very least, you can trust that I'm okay with it. So can't believe I'm doing my first playthrough. Does my tag say first playthrough? I thought I changed my tags. Oh no, it's my command. Oh, whoops, hold on. That's right, I had that from yesterday. Hold on. 1 second. Thanks, Ross. Wait, where is it? Oh, backseating. Oh, here it is. Okay. There we go. It's my first time, guys. Yeah, that's right. I've hired someone else to do the runs up until now. I had to come in and show my face while I'm sick. I'm out of tea, so now it's time to drink some water. I legit can't find many playlists of FF music out there. Oh, Boogeyman. Boogeyman, Boogeyman, Boogeyman. Hold on. Stop. Boogeyman. If you're looking at YouTube, check that out. That link is the Square Enix music channel. That is the official Square Enix YouTube channel that has all of the, like, as many Square Enix songs that they've had. So that does have every single Final Fantasy track that they have. Like, I think it has literally everything up until Shadowbringers. And that's not just 14, that's like we're talking the entire series, and it's official. So that means you're not gonna have a fear of them taking it down. You're not gonna have a fear of something happening to it to the future. That's official. They kind of like nonchalantly announced it. They're like, hey guys, we have a YouTube channel with all the music, enjoy. That's pretty much how they announced it. So I certainly don't forget it myself, but yeah, it's there. Check out the playlists, look at the channel, check the playlists, and you'll see it. All the playlists are there. FF1, some of the alternate soundtracks, so like 13, they had a couple alternate soundtracks, it's all there. 7 Remake, all the alternate soundtracks are all there, like everything's there. So it's the only issue, I guess, like if you really want to nitpick, it's all in JP, so all the track names are in JP, so it might be a little bit of a problem figuring out which track is the one you're looking for, because none of them is in English, but look, it's there, you know. Who can complain about that? Donut Bunny, hello, how you doing? I got your message when I was passed out last night, but it is no problem. It was fun watching you do your runs, and I'm excited to watch you do more runs. I really thought I would feel just a little better today, but I kind of feel the same as yesterday, so I'm kind of pissed off by that. I was really hoping to shake off this cold a lot sooner than I am right now. But yeah, well, I had to, so when we were on the trip, we were traveling with kind of a group of people, and we found out yesterday that one of those people tested positive for COVID because someone else from the party had tested positive from COVID when we just got back. But they were so let me just clarify this, hold on. So person A tests positive when we return on like Saturday, Sunday. Okay? And then we were talking with person B, and person B was saying that, was basically relaying the news to like everyone in the party that had went. But person B was not positive at that current point in time. But then they retested yesterday and they were positive. So I had been testing like before I went home, I tested the moment we got back, and I tested today and I'm still negative. So at least I'm not COVID again. But I think because I had COVID was probably a reason why I don't have it right now, to be fair, so like it's good. But yeah, at least it's not that. But it's still like, I wish I was just getting better, because it's just irritating. Like I want to stream and game, but having to deal with this cough on top of it is just really annoying. I'm not too fussed about the track name since I'm looking for any. I just want to mash everything. Yeah, so there you go, Boogeyman. I hope you enjoyed, man. It's there for us to enjoy. So I'm really happy they put that up. I think that's also on Spotify. Well, wait, no, actually, Spotify I think has always had Final Fantasy tracks. So Spotify had the tracks first, and this was much later to put it on YouTube. So it's really nice that they just have it up there. I'm sure they have a deal that they're getting ad revenue for the music and stuff, so it's probably no problem. Duo, Bud, and Rival, hell yeah, dude. Donut Buddy, it was unfortunate to watch your thing yesterday at the end, but it's okay. I've had that happen to me before. I've had that happen to me before. The only two solutions you have it's that you had to remember how long it takes Ifrit to kill something, because you have to account for the animation lock. And then I had this happen on Dark Knight, where I was on pace to kill the boss, but then I started to fumble my rotation, and then I broke out of pace, and I timed out because I couldn't maintain my rotation. So it's like, it gets rough because even if you're doing the math to like time how you're doing with the fight, it's like you still have to actually do uptime to keep the pace. So, I mean, I guess at the more times you do Honor, the more you're gonna understand how to get your uptime, like how to figure out the fight in your own way and how to squeeze out damage and stuff. But it's not an easy task, that's for sure. I mean, the better answer is just to give yourself more time, but sometimes that is what it is. But I mean, you're consistently getting to like 91 with like actually good pawns. Like, that's a takeaway from your runs. Like, that's not easy to do, and you're doing it consistently now. There's a lot of firsts, I'm okay, yeah. Yeah, honestly, I think if you had a little bit more control of the rotation, you actually could have gotten it in time. I know Willow talked about how, like, if you didn't drop the markers, you would have done it. But, like, honestly, like, it could have been, like, you know, if you didn't, like, rub your eye, like, on floor 94, you would have done it. Like, it would have been that close, you know? If you didn't, like, sneeze on floor, like, 92, you would have been, 82, you would have been fine, too. It's, like, it's just that tight with time. If you didn't, like, walk back and forth, you know, 5 extra times, you would have done it. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. That fight is so tough, because honestly, like, to be more optimized, you're then causing more risk. And when you cause more risk, you potentially can die a lot earlier. That's what makes it fun. And now next time you go in, you'll just have that experience now. Easy game. I mean, even that, like, sometime, although Odin you'd probably use a lot earlier if you were sitting on Odin, but even Odin, if you're trying to push it to the last second, you might forget that Odin takes a lot longer to execute. So, stuff like that, you might just, it might skip your mind because you're worried about 20 other things. Yeah. Yeah. But that just comes with time, you know. Over time, you'll be able to hash it all out, and you'll figure it all out. It's okay. I'm standing too long. Yeah, I think, like, when I was doing Baker on Sunday, I don't think I talked about that enough. That I was literally in constant motion. Like, there was very little period of time when I was just standing around. And I think a lot of times runners tend to essentially not really AFK, but they're AFK, like their character's AFKing. Like, the gamer is not AFKing, the character's AFKing. And that stuff adds up over the course of time, but it's okay. It's all just a learning process. It's not a big deal. The FF11 tracks are kicking in hard. That's not that way. Compared to when I started doing Heaven on High, my brain is so much more active when I'm doing 1-2-3 down mob and hallway. Oh, I was strength on. Oops. Daraban! Oh my god, that's a Twitch baby.
Good luck on the run today, dude.
Thanks, Daraban. Man, I can't believe it's been that long. You got to happy in the community, Mr. Dairyman. The trap man himself. Like trying to look ahead, watching my Pox mobs moving, choosing what mobs I need to pull next. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of when you just know more, you know, the knowledge is just starting to become more and more, and you just become better because it's like it does become easier in a sense. Come on. Good. Like, you're making this place easier over time. The brain gets to distribute its brain power in other places. There's 2 chests here. Blocked by 1 enemy. 2 enemies, oops. Form those neural pathways? Exactly, exactly. Miss Thierry! The 31 months of support. Yo, what's up, Thierry? Good to see you as always, ma'am. Been around for a long time. Continued supporter of this channel. Yeah, we'll consider the raid. That's good for me. Yeah, thanks for all these resubs, guys. Good to see you all. It's all good, dude. Yo, Wallen, have you been able to play a little Dome Keeper? How's it going on your end? I was tempted to open it up since I played it last night, but I'm like, no, we got it. That's a stream game. I can't touch that thing. So instead, I started doing a little. I did a little trombone champ, trying to get some more S tracks in. I got like I think 2 of them, because there's an achievement to get 20. I'm like, oh well, whatever. I'm kind of bored. Doing well. Hope it. I'm sick, so I wish I wasn't sick, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. How about Willow looking at chat against the Chimera, dude? Biggest tragedy ever. Boop boop boo. Anything you like helped a lot when honey tea is really good. Yeah, I actually just had my green tea. I usually have my green tea. I had you know, when I was on the trip, Thierry, I was in Budapest, and they had this ginger. What is it? It was a ginger honey lemonade, and I saw that on the menu. I'm like, I need this right now. It's good. Like, I was starting to have like nasal drip and all that stuff. Like, it was a little bit of cold, so I'm like, I need to have this right now. So. Ginger tea is great with honey. That definitely helps a lot. But I think right now, you know, I basically just need like rest. I was literally in bed all day today. And that was pretty nice. I didn't really get to sleep the whole time, but I was not in the mood to do anything today. I was just in bed all day. More, I have to like start doing things now. IRL things, so I hope I'll be better for it, but pretty much been resting these past couple days, trying to get back into the swing of things. I think the jet lag is mostly gone. I gotta pull you. At least that's good. Like, I'm definitely back on schedule at least. But gotcha, Wallen, gotcha. Speaking of honey, I should probably eat one of my cough drops. Yeah, so I went to I didn't go to your part of the world, or rather your city. But I went to started off in Prague, into Regensburg, into Munich, into Vienna, and then we finished in Budapest. So it was nice. All the cities are beautiful. I like Munich a lot. I like Munich. I've been to Munich once before. Munich was great. I didn't go to Oktoberfest though. If it's the same market that I think you're talking about, was it like a gigantic like building? Almost it looked like a giant warehouse with like 2 floors, maybe 3 floors. Yeah, we went there. That was really nice. That was a nice market. We only had an hour there, but it was a nice market. Picked up some paprika and ate some sausages there. Jet lag rocks the body. Sometimes, yeah. I'm like seasoned in a sense, so it doesn't hit me that hard. But I think the combination of being actually sick didn't help. So that's probably what hit me a lot harder. But yeah, it was an exhausting trip, and the other thing is like it was kind of like jarring to see how like essentially COVID doesn't exist. It was like literally it didn't exist. But I mean, I had my mask on a majority of the time, but people were getting sick here and there, so it is what it is. Whatever. You can only do so much in the vicinity of other humans. You can only do so much to protect yourself, you know. Thank God for cough drops. I forgot I had cough drops. Go figure. Yeah, I'll do my part. You know what gets hard for me on trips that I try to be so conscious about is my hydration. My hydration usually takes a hit because you're kind of not on normal schedule. You know, like at home, I can just go to the refrigerator and just like get a water, and I'm good. But you can't really do that sometimes on a trip. Like sometimes going to the fridge and getting a water means you're paying, you know, $6. So you have to like be very conscious about like how you're getting your drinks and stuff. So, or like when you go out to eat, like you just drink extra liquids just to make sure. When I went to Norway back in June, they didn't require masks on plane anymore. Yeah, I mean, there was just nothing at all. There was no mandates anywhere. There was nothing. The planes didn't really ask you to have masks on. Actually, you know what is interesting to me, Thierry? And we get it here where I am too, is that the places still have, even the hotels, they still have the signs on the ground and in the elevators and on the doors. It's like, hey, make sure your masks are on. Hey, make sure you're social distancing. You know, the airlines are like, hey, you gotta do the paperwork to make sure that you show your vaccine stuff. Like they don't check any of it. They don't care. They don't bother to remove it. And they don't check it. It's like, all right, well, cool. I guess that's just how it is now. It was funny with the elevators. The elevators had all the signs on the ground. It's like, hey, stand here and be away from the person, you know, like leave the middle open and stand at the edge of the wall. Instead, like you look at the elevator and there's like 20 people in like this little tiny European elevator. It's like, okay. I guess we're not social distancing, right? Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, your body will tell you donut bunny, right, when you go to the bathroom. But still, like, just being able to consistently keep yourself hydrated, sometimes it's tough for me to just keep it in mind. Only now, just move that stuff. Yeah. No, I'm having a cough drop in my mouth right now. Yeah, it sounds like I'm a little like I got something in my mouth. I do have something in my mouth. I literally have something in my mouth. Like this big ass honey cough off my mouth. Living in a desert before, people always visited and never drank enough water. Oh, I bet. Oh my gosh, I bet. Holy crap. Yeah, you know, I think I take for granted, Donut Bunny, how much I actually drink when I'm at home. I drink a lot of liquid when I'm home. I mean, I drink a can of Pepsi every day. I have my green tea every day. I have my water every time I stream, and I usually refill it at least like once or twice. That's on a daily basis. And then when I'm on a trip, it's like, especially EU, they give you like the small ass Cokes, you know, and then like the little glasses of water. In comparison, here, like we get so much like liquid, and when you go to the restaurants, and ice, like there's one thing that for sure like is the big difference when you get ice into your drinks, because you know you get the extra liquid from the ice and it keeps it cold and everything. That all adds up. Oh. Mjara? Thanks for the follow, welcome in. Like, those little things all add up. Wait, there's something here. What is this? Purity? Okay. I didn't pick up a lust. Actually, it's funny you said that, Killer Joe. One of my IRL friends are going to get their wisdom teeth removed tomorrow. For whatever reason. I'm sure it's for a good reason. Whatever, I'm sure it's a good reason. I'm sure if I had my wisdom teeth removed, I probably wouldn't stream, so. Need to be socially. They need to. Yeah, they do. They certainly do. Not the heavy. Oh, whoops! Side card. You had 4 taken out at the same time? That sounds brutal. It had to be done, I imagine. Are they late? Really? Call it lag. Oh, I missed the time bonus. I missed the speed run. Whatever shall I do? Alright, nice and smooth. Let's go. Not sure if I should be asking, but how come you don't wear those? Oh, well, no, you're more than welcome to ask. So I was wearing them as a requirement for the sponsorship that we had for the company that we were wearing the glasses for. But we ended the partnership. And honestly, like. After the amount of time I was wearing it, it was getting annoying. For me to wear, like, I have glasses, like actual prescription glasses. And one of the reasons I don't wear them is because I have to constantly adjust them every single time, and that annoys me. Like, if I could just, like, tape them to my face, that would be great. But that's mostly what it is. Like, I had them on because I had to have them on to respect the partnership and what the deal was with them. But that's mainly the reason. I still have them. But I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see a massive life benefit of using them, so after using them for 2 months, I didn't really see too big of a difference. Now, I'm not gonna argue its use. I think they're still useful. I think for the right person, it'll be very useful, but for me, it didn't make too much of a difference. Well, actually, I've never tried them with the headset. I do wonder how having glasses on with the headset would work out. Maybe it's even better. Maybe it keeps them in place. So, yeah, I got a cold from the trip, Minister Cookie. I got a cold from the trip. I'm still trying to get over it. Like, I was really hoping from yesterday to today I'd get a little better, and I feel like I'm exactly the same from yesterday, so it's kind of annoying. Thanks. I want to get past this shit, dude. Like, I want to be better by tomorrow, I hope. Yeah, and I wonder if it'll give me a headache killer jolt, but again, I don't really need to wear glasses right now, so they can be uncomfortable. Yeah. Pineapple juice, I've heard now. Wait, what is the first one? Honey tea, now pineapple juice. I haven't had pineapple juice though. Think about it. Let me do a quick ad while we're waiting. So let's do a 2-minute, and then for those seeing the ads, I'll see you guys in 2 minutes, but we'll continue the run, okay? So BRB in 2 minutes. In the meantime, let's continue. Number 1. Let go. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, good. Boom, boom, boom. Yo, is anyone in chat gonna play the new Fire Emblem coming out in January? Because I'm almost certain that I will. Sight again, fortune. I had so much fun with 3 Houses. Oh my gosh, I am gonna be so excited to play that game again. You're very excited, dude. I'm so excited for it. Oh my god. It's one of my favorite game styles. Doing the strategy RPGs. I love that. I love that genre. That genre is so up my alley. So I can't wait to do it. That's why I'm really interested in Tactic Ogre. That's going to be coming out, but the problem is I don't know when I'm getting to it. Because the other games that are releasing are in a higher priority. So Harvestella comes out in November, and I want to play that game so much. But then a month later, Crisis Core comes out, and Crisis Core is top priority for me. And then a month later, it's Fire Emblem. And then a month later, it's Octopath. And Theater Rhythm. So it's like, it's really hard for me to then get into... It's hard for me to get into Tactics Ogre, which I'm going to get the game, it's like... But can I play the game? And then, forget about Octopath, forget about Theater Rhythm, forget about Fire Emblem. I have to worry about Deep Dungeon because Deep Dungeon is getting around one of those days. Yo, what's up, Sheila? How you doing? Good morning. So, like, on top of all those new games, Deep Dungeon releases at some point. I'm like the same as yesterday, it's kind of annoying. I wish I was better. Enough for... You know, Sheila on Monday raided with a hurricane raid? Oh my god. You know how mean that was? Holy shit, dude. I was gonna make a joke, by the way. I was gonna make a joke, by the way, but I thought it was gonna be real mean because I think you would have felt real bad if Crystallis, I think that was her name, right? If Crystallis actually lived in Florida and you sent a hurricane raid, I'd be like, oh my god. Like, can you imagine if you sent a raid to Aurora like that? Hurricane raid! Oh my god. I didn't say any. I was going to, but I'm like, no, that you're gonna feel too bad about that. Forget it. I'm not gonna say anything. Yo, what's up, Loken, by the way? Cheshire, hello. Yo, Sheila, you were talking about, I'm not feeling, I don't know, maybe I'm being self-critical, which I usually am. I just don't feel like I'm better today, and I wanted to feel better today. I don't feel better today. Kind of irritated by that. I think, if anything, my sleep is getting better. Like, it's getting back to normal-ish, but I'm not feeling better. I'm, like, functioning as a human being, and I can do shit, but, like, I just wish I didn't have this goddamn cough. Sheila, I know you were like, I think right before end on the stream, you're talking about wanting to play, like, because we were just talking about the new Fire Emblem coming out and stuff. But you should consider, because they have codes that you can get for Dio Field. You should maybe consider that one if you want to do a strategy RPG. Because Dio Field, I think a lot of people like that game. Bowie really like that game a lot. Boy, like, I mean, I like the game. I just don't have time for it. Yeah, Dio Field. Like, no, I'm not okay. I already said this. I'm not okay. So, sure. Funny with sleep, want to try to take a 3-hour nap today, overshot my raid time by an hour, felt so bad. Today, you know, this was my existence today, okay? This was my schedule today, you ready? I'm gonna blow your minds. So last night, we finished up stream at about 8 o'clock, and it was a good thing, because after I finished stream, I was exhausted. Like, I wanted to pass out. So I attempted to pass out, okay? In my chair, I put up my legs onto my little stool thing. It was like 8:30. It was like 8:30 Eastern. I set my alarm to like 9:15 because I wanted to have like I wanted to have like dinner. I put up my legs. My leg like starts getting restless, and I'm like, whatever, dude. And then I just put down my leg, and that's it. I'm wide awake. Like, I was literally ready to pass out, and my leg's just like, no, you're not sleeping yet. And then that's it, I'm done. So whatever, that's the rest of the day. And then I get sleepy again by like midnight, so I go to bed at midnight. I wake up at about 4 AM, which is, by the way, normal. Okay, like 4 hours of sleep in a row, that's actually pretty awesome for me. So I'll take it. But then I went back to sleep again, and I was like on and off asleep for like the next 6 hours. I'd wake up like every 30 minutes or something, so that's whatever. So I get up at like 10:30. I do a couple things online. I have lunch at about 1:30. We had Buffalo Wild Wings, which was pretty good. I finish up the lunch and other things at about 2:30. I go right back to bed, and I don't get out of bed until about 8 o'clock, because I stream at 9. But in reality, I was in bed the entire time, except I didn't sleep until like 5. I slept for like an hour and a half, legitimately, because I kept either staying awake or like I couldn't pass out, so that was basically my day. Do you need to do a subathon to get me in a bed? Oh, to get me a bed? No, I have a bed. Actually, my bed's pretty new. It's kind of nice. I like my bed. I just wish my body would agree that my bed's nice. That's like feeling sleepy but needing to go to the loo and get up and... Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's part of... That happens to me too. Wait, well, I was trying to look up the thing. Hold on. Let's see if I can get this link. Oh. It's still available, right? Oh, it is still available. This thing is still available till, Chile. Still available till, like, November. Yeah, check it out. It's a good game. I played the demo on stream, and I did like it. The reason I decided not to play it is because I don't have time. I would get back 2 weeks after the release. I had other games I wanted to play. And my top priority is Harvestella. I don't know if I was able to beat that game in a month. But I didn't do it. But that's like a modern strategy RPG. So I mean, if you really need to, if you really need to satisfy that thing, and you want to stream it, you may as well get a code for it. I mean, you know, and maybe they don't approve you. That's whatever. But hey, at least you can try. At least you can see if it works out, and then yeah. No problem. Play it for me. Play it so I can watch you play it, and then I'll be satisfied. You're eating? You type with your feet. There are ways around this problem. Just type with your feet. Sure. Ada, hello. How you doing? Good to see you. Oh, the nape. Oh, I pull a wolf? Why did I pull a wolf? What's wrong with me? Of course something spawns. Woke up on your 1 hour nap. It looks like a lot of us had naps. Nice. Shout out to naps on a Tuesday. I should be mostly awake today, so we should get to 1:30, no problem. Usually, so if you guys usually pay attention to what I talk about on stream, which I don't blame you if you don't pay attention. I don't pay attention to myself half the time. But usually Tuesdays are the days that I'm usually like busy IRL, like just in general. Like I'm out all day, I'm doing stuff all day. It's usually one of my more fun days of the week. But that's now changed because now my Tuesday fun day essentially is now my Thursday. So Tuesday's more of a rest day for me. So I'm more awake today. Now the problem is Thursday I'm probably not going to be awake, but that's a different story altogether. You're watching the captivated Astro gameplay. Oh, I'm gonna get hit. You know, Sunday, if anyone was watching Sunday, that was definitely one of the times where I definitely appreciated that. I'm really, I think, the type of streamer with my content that it is half and half, I would say, maybe leaning more towards just like people sitting back, relaxing, and enjoying this show, as opposed to sometimes conversing with the streamer. And I think I like that. I mean, not that I don't like talking with you guys, I like talking with you guys, but I think when things get real serious, you know, looking at chat and it being quiet doesn't necessarily indicate the fact that, like, you guys are bored or anything. It's just you're just watching. I think I appreciated that a lot more on Sunday. Because chat was really quiet on Sunday. But it was good just being able to just talk about everything. I'm waiting and only spending 10% of attention to this. 10%? It's a lot. Damn. Do never feel bad. Only feel bad if I don't respond. That means I'm not paying attention. Ada, you know I appreciate you, dude. You're the only one that shows up. Look, I'm not asking, dude. You guys know me very well at this point, okay? You guys know me very well. I'm not the social type. I like keeping to myself. You know? When I'm in a party, don't bother me. That kind of thing. But like, I do find it cool when like I watch a couple people. Like Ben, when Ben got his clear for Necromancer, you guys went to Ben's server and you like cheered him on and stuff. You know, anytime I get a clear, I step outside and there's like no one there. I'm like, yeah. Except Ada. Ada shows up. That's the cool part about Ada. But I think it's funny. I think when I get clears, everyone's just like, oh, it's another clear, whatever. Time to log out. Did they change in-game music? When you get Necromancer DN Digital, you unlock a special playlist. That's how it goes, dude. You gotta go get Necromancer. On the bottom right, you'll see it's a white box. It'll showcase the name of the tracks. That's my playlist playing. Steal. I'm chilling to the stream while I waiting for sightseeing. Whoa, oh, there's timed. Interesting. I think it was quieter because we knew you were doing a live tour. Oh no, I understand that, Sheila, but I think Sunday, it's when I really appreciate it more. That is really where I stand with my content, and that's what I like. You know, Bowie said that, Finn said that, when we had a discussion in Discord about it before. That they like to do that kind of flow of commentary. And it's okay that there is little interaction. Like they just want to just do the show. I like doing the show. I don't. Again, it's not like I don't like conversing with you guys. It's just if I had to pick between one of the two, I would rather be doing the show than the other one. It's okay. I'm not asking for you guys to come over. I just think it's great. It's like you guys know me. It's like you're conducting social distancing, and I think it's great. Dude, I'm a mess. Holy crap. Reason I stuck around when I found this channel is because it's easy to have on and chill to. I'm glad you can chill over here, man. That's why I put the tag chill now. Of the tags that you can put in. I have chill on the tag. Didn't notice that? It's okay. I noticed when Ellie was streaming, Sunday? I looked at her tags. I put it on Discord too. One of her tags was bricking tutorials. I'm like, oh my god. Bricking tutorial. That's hilarious. site. She does deliver. She also had masonry, which was she was going all out, dude. We should give her more ideas for like, you know. Should have like architecture in her tags too, or something like that. Channel we can chill and vibe with a nice define. Yeah, that's a lot of the channels I'm in, Willow. I mean, Donut Bunny's channel is kind of that for me. A lot of times too, I just sit back and relax in her channel. Even though she's very... Donut Bunny's very high energy and very, very happy, but I still am very chilled in her channel. I've been trying to get a group together to do normal Choice clears the mount, but I don't think I'm brave enough to run solo. You know, it just takes a lot of time, DN Digital. It takes a lot of patience and a lot of just time to learn and to prog. But, you know what's nice about the solo run, though? You don't have to answer to anyone. You only have to answer to yourself in the mirror, you know? The thing, like, with Raid that's intimidating with Raid and Savage and all that, it's like, you kind of have to answer to the other gamers. Like, if you suck, like, bad, if you're having a bad day, like, you have to tell people that you're having a bad day, or people are gonna get on your case. Well, you can have a bad day here, and who cares, dude? Like, no one's gonna criticize you except yourself. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to be able to play like shit and no one cares. You know? But over time, you will get better, you will learn, and then you'll just prog. That's how it is. I'm gonna go into the BRB screen for a second, because I gotta blow my nose. The BRB. You like the Judy mount? Have any of you cosplayed as a samurai on the Judy mount before? Oh, wait. Wait, what the hell? Why are you guys late, the hell? Yeah. Cheering you on from 10 feet away? Yeah. I have high anxiety, so if I make a mistake, I tear into myself. I likely would down myself for using wrong commander and screw myself to myself. I mean, that's fair. I mean, if you know yourself like that, DN Digital, I guess that's true. But, well, like I said, I mean, at least it's just you, not the other people. Oh. Road abuse? Well, they shouldn't be squawking in my face. Once I get that Centario Tiger mount, that's all I'm ever gonna be using. Yeah, for me, it's Ozma. Like, I got Ozma mount in Eureka, and I've never really used the mount outside of that, and I've gone through an entire expansion, and I still don't have a mount that I would prefer to use. Like, that was Stormblood. I went through all of Shadowbringers and I never changed my mount. And I'm going through all of Endwalker, I'm still not changing my mount. Ozma's BIS, period. I just wish it played Turmoil. I wish it played Turmoil as the mount music. I am so disappointed at the mount musics that they have. Like, it could be so much better. Chamber doesn't turn into a square. Yeah, I mean, I guess you get the triangle. But you can only transform it so many times. I can't target the line. I mean, it's being able to use mods in 14, etc., and being able to change the music. That was 1.0. Yeah, I mean, my playlists that I utilize DN Digital, that definitely was because I was getting a little bored of the in-game music, in Deep Dungeon specifically. But I did enjoy the idea. I did enjoy the idea that it had randomized music in here every 3 floors. You know, that's where then kind of the inspiration for the playlist even came from. That it's a playlist that will repeat the song forever until I manually change it, but then I change it on the floor transition. So like your impression, like, oh man, did they change the music in Deep Dungeon? Well, for you to get that impression, I had to make a good presentation of it, you know? That it makes it look like, oh, it looks like it's in game. But that's kind of the way I kind of like it to look like. And I don't know, I kind of hope in the next Deep Dungeon they do a better job of it. I don't know how like you're gonna do a better job. I think I'm going to play the in-game music, almost certainly for at least the first couple of weeks or months when it first releases on the new Deep Dungeon to see what songs they add in. So I'll be very curious what they decide to use. Yep, I manually change it every floor. Yo, what's up, Trey? How you doing, man? Good to see ya. They used to have an ability to change the in-game music stuff like WoW style add-ons years ago. It helped heighten the game. It helped heighten the game aspects a lot, but then they took the option away while the game is a lot more aesthetically pleasing now. The textures made a bit mundane. Fair. No problem, Boogeyman. I just put up Stardew Valley OST as I run. Stardew Valley OST, that's a classic. You're a mess of main story? What expansion are we in? Stormblood or... Oh, an oh boy, yep. Yeah, that'll do it, that's for sure. That'll certainly do it. Soken is powerful. He is extremely powerful. Well, so is the main story, the story director, you know? They're both powerful. I mean, a lot of the music that is created is first and foremost to meld into the story and the cutscenes. So a lot of times the music is edited to appropriately align with how the cutscenes play out and all that stuff. So it's kind of cool how it just all comes together. What food do I use to take in Palace? I use Sycan cookies. I think 610. Well, actually, I think for Palace, I forgot what's capped for Palace. Is it still 580? I know Heaven on High, someone told me you can do 610 now, but I don't have any 610 food. I'll just use up all the food I have first. Yeah, I think I use Sycan cookies for caster. You get a little bit of spell speed, and even though it's very small, it's still worth it for me. I can't see I can't see anything. No. Raven!
I believe in this one. 3 thanks for the continuous positive vibes even when I only have the energy to lurk.
Hey man, I only have the energy to lurk like 90% of the time too. Raven, thanks for the 13 months of support. I appreciate the continued support. It is always a pleasure to see you in chat when you're able to have the energy, but I do appreciate the looks as well. I hope we get this one, because again, this causes a problem if I don't clear this. I do not have enough potions for another run. I think if I don't clear this week, next week you see Red Mage return for another no sustaining. So we shall see. Yeah, look at my own stream, dude. Right. Well, that does not sound fun. That does not sound fun. Hey, I'm over here, buddy. He's floating on... What? Is he floating? He's not even on the ground. What the hell? Bruh. Is it possible to news on to Machinist? No. Well, you put an asterisk on it. Doposaurus. So like, you can't do the bosses without sustaining. Like you can't do the bosses without sustaining. That's impossible. But I got up to 197, where you don't use sustaining on the floors. So like the floors of killing the enemies, I got to 197 with no sustaining. So yeah, you can, it's just you have to use the sustaining on the bosses. I mean, I could do that again if you want to see that instead. Maybe I'll just like figure it out and we can just do Machinist again. I wouldn't mind doing Machinist again. But the thing is, Red Mage has been like has been a monkey on my back because I haven't cleared Red Mage in Endwalker yet, and that's kind of pissed me off. Hey guys, we're gonna do after the boss kills, we usually do ads. So I'm gonna push the 3-minute ad over. And then we'll come back in 3 minutes for those who are seeing ads, so thank you for the support. We'll continue to run in the meantime, so BRB in 3 minutes for however long you guys are going to see ads, so BRB. I just hate having to hit the mute button like every goddamn 10 seconds. Annoying. Pin, how you doing, by the way? Hope you're doing well. Over there. I didn't realize Sharp put in so many Legend of Cold Steel emotes in his thing. Doing well, just tired? Mood. Maybe I'll do Red Mage first. And then if I still need potions, oh wait. If I still need potions, then I'll do Machinist. He just told me about adding another emote. I love it. He's going full committal on that game. I'm having a lot of fun watching it. I was watching it last night. You know what? You know what is upsetting to me, Ada? Was because I was so tired yesterday, I couldn't stay up to watch the stream. Hey Brokey, the day is going fine. I'm just still feeling like crap. I wish I was getting better faster, but whatever. Yeah, I know he's close to beating it, but... I do enjoy those streams a lot, they're fun to watch. Almost up. My lust back, hey! Oh, can't see shit. Okay, Paw. Oak Paw, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Boop 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 boop. Good old Boja music. Or 12 music. Whichever suits your fancy for that. Thanks for watching. Yeah, guys, welcome back. Back from AFK, nice. Welcome back. Normal. Nothing too out of the ordinary, thankfully. Oh, well, except I have to kill something. 130, yep, 130 today. 130. The usual. I picked up 3 potsherds on the way. Damn. Hey Vanna, hey, thanks for the prime. I appreciate that. Much appreciated. Stop. Oh, that's a dragon. Oops. Uh-huh. I'm gonna really die if I do 200 the way I'm feeling right now. You're my manager? Hugh Jackman's my manager? Pog, dude. Guys, did you know Pin is gonna be in the new Marvel movie, Deadpool 3? Sick. 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 1:30 feels forever. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a while. I mean, I should be done before 2 AM, that's the thing. So that means it's not that bad. You've been working hard in that role? Yeah, sure, Ryan. This song brings back memories of the 80 Relic grind? Yeah. Yo, Eric, what's up, dude? Good to see you, my man. Eric, when you coming over here where I live to install fiber? I have to call my ISP. I haven't had a chance to do it. I need to figure out if I have fiber over here. I need you to install fiber. You do that? No chance I'll be finished by 2. I'll be finished by 2. Yes, I will. I literally have 21 hours to finish by 2. What are you talking about, Willow? I would need to learn. Oh, you don't. Oh, you don't know how to do fiber. Oh shit. Well. Damn, dude. Well, you gotta stay away from me right now because I'm sick. I don't want to get you sick. I don't have COVID, thankfully, but I don't want to get you sick. Oh, you know, cough. Is it really that different though? Like real talk? Like, is there like a whole thing that you need to learn to figure out fiber? Like innocent me thinks it's just another wire. That's all I think it is. You would love to get sick right now? Well, I'm not gonna make out with you. I mean, that's a little too far, dude. Just some, I mean, I don't know how the installation works. You get sick. You know what would be sick? No, I get that. It's a lot. Oh, it's a lot more fragile. Okay. Heyo. Gotcha. So like, I guess there's like a better way to handle it and stuff. I don't know. I just don't know. Boom, 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 boom. Shanty glass. What I didn't think is that the installation would be like you'd need to literally like have a class on like learning how to do it in comparison to what you already know. You know what my assumption is, Eric? Any cable guy can install either of the two no matter what. Like that's what I'm thinking. Like it wouldn't require extra knowledge or something like that. They just need to supply you with the thing. And you're good to go. That's how I look at it, but if you boil it down to this level, it is okay. That's what I'm thinking about it, you know. But obviously, like this is what you do, so you know way more than I do. That like as a customer who has no knowledge on it, that's how I am thinking about it. It's just at its simplest level. But there's so many nuances. Okay, I can understand that. Okay. 10 minutes? Well, I can't check it. I have to check it after stream. Is that okay? Alright. Bum, bum. Whoops. You're buying pumpkin scented candles? To get in the holiday spirit. Is it to embrace your holiday spirit, or is it to embrace that you're an American? Fortune, rage, strength, fortune. Why not both? Fair point. I think everyone does Halloween. I think. Does Australia do Halloween? I think actually the Philippines does. I think the Philippines does trick-or-treating. I think, but the thing is, Philippines does a lot of things. They copy a lot of American stuff, so it's not a surprise in that front. They do a lot of. They copy a lot. That's just the best way I can put it. I mean, go trick-or-treating now. I mean, what's stopping you? What's stopping you from trick-or-treating, like, right at this moment? Who wouldn't want to give candy to Hugh Jackman? Well, I didn't beg for candy. Did you beg for candy? I didn't beg for candy. What kind of neighborhood did you live in? They just gave it to me. It doesn't have to be just go now. Well, you gotta say it in English to make it even more confusing. I'm sure you can translate it to Japanese, but you say it in English. Your neighbors can speak English? Oh. Well, then that makes it less fun. More Boja music or FF12. There's a chimera coming. So I opted today to not have dinner, so I might be hungry later. And I know I'm going to get hungry, dude, but I just decided anyway. Whatever. Cause I was asleep for most of the day, so I set my alarm to like 7 o'clock, which is when I usually have dinner. And I woke up and I'm like, do I have dinner or do I sleep more? And I decided to sleep more, so I didn't have dinner. Dude, ramen, dude, that sounds really good. I might snack on something later. Oh my god. Look at me slide casting. Oh, this cool. The dumbest sequence of attacks I did right there. Improvise, adapt, overcome. I like that, that's nice. Yo, what's up, Gego? I know, well, I still feel like shit though, that's a problem, but, you know, do what you gotta do. Gego, how you doing, man? How goes the Assassin Creed? Yeah, I just wish I could shake this cold by now. Being sick twice in like the span of 3 months kind of sucks, but after not being sick for like 2.5 years, being sick twice in 3 months, kind of lame, not gonna lie. I'm kind of over it. Yeah, but sleep or dinner, you know? And considering my sleep has been not the greatest, it's like, it was one of those things where it was so rare for me to feel so tired that I could actually sleep. So that's why I'm like, okay, I think I should take advantage of this for a little bit, and I did. You put 160 hours into it? I didn't realize how much time you put into that game. Holy crap. I watched you play it. When was it? It was one of the days I got back. Was it Friday? I think it was Friday. You were playing the roguelike version of it. That was kind of cool. I played that game for 10 minutes, and then I moved on with my life. There's a weird thing when it comes to me and stealth games. And games like that. Like, I did this in Cyberpunk, okay? And honestly, I'm thinking about replaying Cyberpunk. But I like to like go on a killing spree in Cyberpunk or in like games like that, like shooters. I'd rather go on a killing spree than to be stealthy and ninja. But part of whatever it is in my own gaming ability, I end up just becoming like a ninja. Crouching everywhere, sneaking behind people, backstabbing them. And every time I do it, I'm like, why can't I just run and gun? I just end up doing ninja style the whole time. So something about it always irritates me, and I think Assassin's Creed kind of does lend to that more, and I don't know, for some reason that didn't, I just wasn't getting excited by it, but... well, I mean, you don't have to tell me. If I'm hungry, I'm going to eat something. And not gonna lie, like, I do feel like my sleep is a little screwed up right now, so I'm probably gonna be awake anyway. So may as well. I'm gonna be done before like 2 AM. So... By the way, shoutouts to Gego. Guys, check out Gego. He's a fantastic variety streamer. I have a lot of fun watching his streams. So if you want to watch some variety, you should check him out. For sure. Gego, do you know about Domekeeper? I was playing that yesterday. That was pretty fun. I could almost see you playing Domekeeper. Actually, you know, not gonna lie, I think I could see Sharp playing Domekeeper a little bit more than you, but I think you'll like it too. Being able to say in Japanese would be cool. Yeah, it would be cool. You seen it? I like it. I was playing it yesterday. I liked it. It's kind of fun. I'm gonna play it again on Friday. It was a good game. Sheila, you've been to Ippudo, right, in Japan? Do they in Japan, when you walk in, do they start yelling at you, like welcome you in when you get into the thing? I imagine that's what they do, right? Because they do it here. Oh, they do it in oh, they do it everywhere? Oh shit, okay. That would seem to make sense, okay. It was my first experience was in Ippudo, in the city. But to be fair, like, you know, that was like one of the first ramen chains to show up in New York City. That was like and then after Ippudo started doing it, I started seeing it in other places too. So like they totally took that and yeah. Yeah, that's about what they say, yeah. I figured, I mean, they're not cursing you off, that's for sure. What floor am I on? Oh, okay. 87. What is the first chest? Lust? Dude, I don't even know what the first chest was. I think it's intuition. I don't know what it is anymore. Are you telling an Asian to slurp the ramen, Eric? Did you just tell an Asian to slurp the ramen? I can't believe you. They do it in stores, really? Oh. They didn't do it in the store. They have Sunrise Mark. They have Sunrise Market in New York City. They don't do that there. we raided on no wait, what is it, Saturday? No, Sunday. We raided Rachel on Saturday. What's her full name? Rachel Marie. And she tells me, or she mentions, not to me. Actually, I don't think she knows I'm Filipino. But she tells her chat that it's apparently Filipino American something month, right? Let me see. Yeah, I guess it's the month of October. And she was like, "Yo, you should help and you know, donate to your fellow Filipinos." And I'm like, "Yo, that sounds like a good idea." But I don't do that, so. There's like only one time that I ever did a tweet indicating that I'm Asian. Only one time I did it. I thought I was a mimic with like, oh, true. You know, you're right. Wait, is that a thing? Security. Oh yeah, there are bit emotes, aren't they? Is that the one that oh no, the buffer. Oh yeah, the buffer one. That was a good one. I joked with Shayla, I said, "Why do you have a buffer one, dude? You're in Japan. You never buffer." I don't understand. Yeah, your internet never buffers. This is brain buffer? Gotcha. Brain buffer. I'm tired of coughing. It's a good thing I have a mute button. Imagine if I wasn't muting the whole time. I was just like coughing straight into the microphone. Oh my god. You want some coughing ASMR? I'm sure people are into that. Let's go coffee ASMR. You're Bengali, it's a different part of Asia. It doesn't matter, man. It's all good. Asian's Asian. Oh, you're not dead. Oh! Got a friend. You're born in Singapore? I've never been to Singapore. I've seen enough sneeze. You've seen enough sneeze? Oh my god. I've seen sneezes kill people in Deep Dungeon. Have you seen that? Singapore is where you can't litter, right? You got clips? Damn, dude. United Stated? Got it. Yeah, but doesn't Singapore imprison you for littering? Like, if I litter in New York City, they're not gonna imprison me. No, you don't need to sneeze to die in Deep Dungeon. That's true, but there is at least if you want another way to die in Deep Dungeon, you can just sneeze. It's just a big fine, gotcha. I just remember that being one of like the things you had to watch out for. Like when I went to I think it was Prague. Was it Prague? I think it was Prague. Like, forgive me if I'm wrong, it was either Prague or Munich. And I want to say Prague. That our tour guide was warning us about that it was definitely a place that you would get pickpocketed a lot. That you had, like, not now, because there aren't so many people. Because it's still kind of recovering from, you know, the pandemic and all that stuff, so there weren't as many people as there used to be in Prague. But in essence, you had to watch out for pickpockets. Which I know is big in Spain too. Like in Spain, I know you had to watch out for pickpockets as well. But one of the ones that she said that you had to be careful with was when when she, so our tour guide was a she. So when she was doing tours, she was telling us the story how she was wondering, like, as she's going through Prague, like, what's missing? Like, there's something about the city that is missing that I'm used to. And she said screaming. And when she said that, I'm like, that's an odd thing to miss in the city. But what she told us was that in Prague, one of the tactics they do was to have a younger lady or a girl go into a crowd and just scream. Because what does that do? It draws attention to who's screaming, and that's when the people would run around and start pickpocketing people. And that's something I never saw in other countries. I certainly would have remembered a person screaming as a tactic. So. It's bait. Well, obviously it's bait. Yeah. I'm gonna read your message when I get a chance, Sheila. I can't read that yet. I gotta do the lust thing. Okay. That's highly used here with fake fights on the bus and people can steal. Oh, I can see that. Oh my god, I can totally see that. Dan J, hey, thanks for the 15.
Hey Angelus and all, how's everyone doing?
Yo, I'm doing well, man. Thanks for the 15, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I definitely haven't encountered that personally, Boogeyman. Where it was used as a tactic like that. Thankfully, cross my fingers, knock on wood, I've never gotten pickpocketed. I wear a chain wallet, where my wallet is chained to my pants, so if anyone tries to take my wallet, they're dumb as hell. Like, good luck. And I don't have anything else other than my phone, which I basically hold on to, like, permanently. There's nothing you can steal from me. Okay, let me see if I can read it. When I was in Russia, we had to wear our passports in the special pallets inside our shirt, around our necks, so we had this weird bulge in our shirts and all our pictures. Well, to be fair, Sheila, you're in Russia. any excuse to capture you, I'm sure, is going to be, you know, very high priority. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you don't have your passport? Well, that sucks. Guess you're gonna be in jail for 10 years. Like, oh shit, dude. I mean, it's like the basketball player who had, she had, like, the tiny vial, like a tiny vial of, like, the vape, whatever. I don't even know what it is, because I don't vape, so I don't know. She had a tiny vial of the vape thing. She got arrested for it, and she got imprisoned for 7 years for it. Like, welcome to Russia, dude. And they're trying to get her out. I don't know if they're able to get her out yet. It's more like, I think it's more like, it's just you don't want to give them an excuse, right? Like that's more the thing. Is that you just don't wanna give them an excuse to do anything. Also went on a big choir tour, so it was me and a bunch of other people. Yeah, that reminds me of the guy from North Korea who was there on a school trip, and he decides to he decides to mess up one of the political paintings on the hotel. Sorry, in the hotel. Yeah, that didn't go too well. Look, man, people are silly. Like, I like to travel, okay? I like to travel, I like to go and see places, man. There's a couple places I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'll just watch it on TV. Have I heard from him since? No, he literally passed away. Which was really unfortunate, but... yeah, don't do that. Okay. Hold on, I need a second. Because I'm getting a coughing fit. It was, because... I mean, I don't want to get too morbid, but like... he got in prison and then they put him in like the... like a slave camp or whatever. So yeah, it was bad. Like, if you give me a second, I'm gonna go in the BRB screen. I'm gonna blow my nose. Oh, I did that in the microphone. Enjoy the ASMR of nose blowing. Yeah, he wasn't treated well. Yeah, when you gotta mute 100 times on stream, I'm gonna miss something. I went to like unmute, and I'm like, oh, I'm already unmuted. Cool. There was this one time I was eating on stream and I thought I was muted. That didn't go too well either. Well, in case anyone doesn't believe I'm sick, at least it sounded like I'm sick. I could have been doing something else. Oh, what did you say? What did you say? You thought you had headphones? Well, I threw you off. I mean, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna mute right now, and then like you hear a whole bunch of sounds, so... Alright, let's food up. Actually, let me take another cough drop while I'm at it. I don't get why Loken is so angry, he's fine. Damn! And you're still friends? Wow. I'm surprised he didn't leave that Discord of yours. He hates me now? Oh. Now? Like, now? I talk for stuff. You're pretty tough though. I'm kidding. Alright, let's go. Floor 1 to 81, gonna give it a rest now. Yeah, don't delete it. That's definitely one thing that you don't do. Nice start. Only have one reason. Oh, you know what I love in this game? When I get a resolution and then I don't see undead. I need, you know, this reminds me right now, this song. This reminds me that I need to find more, oh, well, I'll just use the rage percent. This reminds me I need to find more dungeon songs. I want to put more dungeon, like like more chill dungeon themes into my playlist. Like, this is not a battle theme. Like, a lot of my playlists initially were, like, battle themes and boss themes. But I have a couple, like, you know, more, like, overworld themes and stuff. And I want to find more of those to put in the playlist. I played the game. So, I mean, that's not wrong. I gotta see. But honestly, that would be more appropriate for, like, the 8-bit playlist, you know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, that one. I'm not sure. I gotta listen to all of them. I forgot about that song. I mentioned earlier I'm gonna put in the Phase 2 of P8 in. I'm gonna test that out eventually. Go. Good old assault music. Oh, you were hiding. Yes. So I set my island sanctuary up when I went on vacation. I automated everything. I tried to do as much as I can ahead of time. I came back, I checked it immediately when I got home. And I set up one of the stock markets for like one of the days, but I haven't gone back since then, so... I don't know if I'm motivated enough to even set up the new week. I don't really want anything from there either. I mean, I guess I could get the mounts, but I'm not really a mount collector, so it's not a big deal for me. Like, the mounts are great, I like the Mandy mounts, but I'll never use them. I'll never use the bike, I'll never use the Mandy mounts. I guess I could use the minion, but I permanently use the Necromancer minion, so that's not really changing either. But there's just a lot of things I don't really use. I mean, the Glamour, arguably, I could probably, like, maybe do something with the Glamour. That's about it, though. Yeah. Oh, you got the bike gig, oh nice. I didn't get the 17k achievement, though. And I'm kind of pissed at myself, because for some reason I can't figure it out on my own. I'd have to look at a guide. And that pisses me off. Because apparently I'm too stupid to figure it out. So, I'm really unmotivated. I'm very stubborn and I won't look at a guide. But like... Hey Johnny, thanks, appreciate you. I'm 2k away from getting all the mounts in there. Nice. I'm sitting on like 54,000. The market's way too convoluted. It's fun. It's just, it does take a lot of time out of me to figure it out. Like, part of me did enjoy that. But now I'm just kind of like, whatever, you know? God damn it. It's because of patterns. It's because there's patterns you can predict what things to go a specific day based on demand shifts for you to speak, but like you're never able to notice it without spreadsheeting it. Yeah, I mean, part of me feels like I could have on my own, but I went like 3 weeks and I wasn't able to hit 17k, so... I forgot to hit an ad last time. Oops. We're gonna have to do an ad later. Also, part of me, you know what it is though? I just thought of this earlier. I bet you in the future, something's gonna change with the market that you can make even more money easier, and I'll just hit the 17k then. That's usually how it works out with this game anyway. I'll take the purity now. Yeah, I've seen people get 22,000 plus, but again, I don't want to. I wanted to do it without using help. I wanted to figure it out on my own, you know. But unfortunately, I don't think I'm able to. Or rather, I'm not motivated to spend like a couple more weeks to figure it out. So I'm stubborn. Nice. Well, I definitely am set for that because I have a lot of crops moving, so I can definitely make a lot, like almost an infinite amount. Yo, I'm really excited, guys. On this Saturday, although I haven't gotten the information yet, so that's kind of weird. This Saturday, I'm going to get an early demo preview of this game, and I'm gonna do a YouTube video on it too. So if you want to see any information about the new Crisis Core, I'm gonna get my hands on it. I have to go somewhere in New York City to do it. It's gonna be very cool. I'm so looking forward to this game, holy moly. And if anyone has never played Crisis Core before, which is probably a lot of you, you really should play that game. That game is very, very good. And they said I get to try Forspoken. But they said I can't record it, so I'll have to like have some like very, very big visual memory to remember what the hell I'm gonna play on Forspoken. Hell yeah, Eric. Eric, we talked about Crisis Core, I think, before. Comes out in December. That's why my time is a little limited. I wanted to do Diofield. I wanted to do Tactics Ogre. I don't think I have time for those games. Because I'm gonna do Harvestella next month. And I would want to think Harvestella is gonna take a while to finish off. And it probably leads me into Crisis Core. Crisis Core, I know how long that game's gonna take, and I'm gonna play it on hard mode. And I have one goal in Crisis Core. Look, what you don't know, I'll kind of spoil a little bit on Crisis Core, so if you don't want to hear it, it's not about the story. Not about the story. In Crisis Core, they have this optional missions that you do in Crisis Core. And towards the very end of those missions, there's basically an optional boss. That is way harder than the final boss. And I had an opportunity to fight that boss when I first played that game on PSP. I didn't beat it and I gave up, and I never went back. But I was also lacking in the gear that I needed to kill it, what I didn't know about, and eventually I figured out later of the gear I needed, but I never got to the boss. So what I want to do, and my main goal in that game, aside from actually beating the game, which we will, like, we'll beat the game, but I want to beat that optional boss on hard mode. And then I'll be satisfied with Crisis Core. So we have a mission on that game when I get it. And that's assuming that... I'm assuming that that boss will be in the game. There's no reason why they should have removed that boss. So... And that boss is very hard, holy moly. I do remember pieces of that boss. That boss is extremely hard. It had one-shot mechanics, like, forever. Yo, what's up, Sick? How you feeling? How you doing? I have PSP and Crisis Core, but the battery in my is dead. Yes! That's what happened to me, Para. I actually did buy a new battery on Amazon about a year or two ago. Because my battery also was bulged and like, you know, not working, so I had to buy a new one. And the new one worked. So if for some reason you wanted to like, you know, play it on PSP again, you can just buy one on Amazon, no problem. It cost me like $10. Yep. Forever tired? Rude. Yeah, just get a new battery. It'll be okay. It's not expensive, too. There's never undead. Yo, Beat, what's up? There's never undead when I have Rezo. Oh, wait, there's one here. Oh, you didn't die. Oop. You're still not dead. It's such a good song. I only have a resolution. Missed a few streams. Hey, it's okay. You didn't miss too many streams. I've only been back since Saturday. So you only missed Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then now. It's all good. I'm just happy I'm streaming again. You know, one of my friends, my good friends, was telling me I should rest. I should chill. You know, maybe I should skip stream. I'm like, I understand what you're saying, but streaming and gaming like really like make me feel so much better. I gotta do this. You know, I'll rest when I'm not streaming. I'll rest when I'm not, you know, doing this. But I gotta stream, dude. I feel so much better just doing this. Oh, you're right. I didn't pick it up. Thank you, Giggles. Thanks for keeping me. Thanks for keeping me in check, dude. I actually need that reso too. Yeah, well, this is what I've been saying. Pretty much like when we were leading into the vacation, I was definitely in this mode where like I didn't need a break from streaming. Like the vacation was something different. The vacation was like something that was planned 2 years ago, and it was canceled because of the pandemic. So we got rescheduled now. And in essence, there was like a lot of funds and a lot of things that you couldn't get a refund on, so we had to commit to it. And so we did. But it was like, you know, it was just kind of like not really last minute, but it was a little bit like a couple months in advance that was set. It wasn't like too far in advance. So like, it wasn't something that I was needing in my life. But it was fun. But then when I come back, like I definitely felt like rejuvenated. Like I definitely had a lot more energy into content creation and the things I wanted to do. So at least there was a benefit to it. But it really is damn good to be just streaming again, to be fair. Like this stuff makes me happy to do, so. And sometimes there are other people that need the break, the mental break from the streaming, from the constant grind and stuff, but like I said, for me, I wasn't at that point. I didn't need it. I wasn't doing it because I needed a break from streaming. It's just a family trip that had to happen. It's a good thing I picked up the thing. Jesus. God damn it, dude. I really hate when patrols do that. They're good. I mean, I eat a lot of food. So we ate a lot of great food. Got to try a lot of new things. Learned a lot of things. It was good. Few delay is brutal. Yeah, well, What can you do? You know, it's a pandemic. I had more beer in the 2 weeks I was in Europe than I had in like the past 20 years, so that's kind of cool. Where'd I go? I went to... We started off in Prague. We went to Prague, and then we went to Regensburg, Germany, and then we went to Munich. And then we went to the city I could never say properly, Omeragorau. Could never say that properly, and I still didn't. Then we went to Vienna. Then we went to Budapest. In a 2-week span. Now, Munich did have Oktoberfest, but it's really not my crowd, so I didn't go to Oktoberfest. Maybe, like, next time I'll go to Oktoberfest. You had to go to, like, a different part of the city for Oktoberfest, and we weren't in that part of the city. We had to go kind of out our... Like, you could have taken, like, a subway to go directly to where Oktoberfest was, but in essence, it was not part of the trip. You had to do it on your own time, and I was tired. But, good. And yeah, you know, in Europe, the beer is cheaper than buying Coke. And, like, other sodas, so that's why I was drinking beer. I was also, like, under this impression, which part of it is true, is that the alcohol would probably burn off any shit in my body. So I was opting for at least that. You know. I did have some non-alcoholic beer, though. Pretty good. How's food and beer? Good. Good stuff. The food is fantastic. I was very happy with, like, almost all the food that I got to eat. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Knight's guarding the yellow. Oh, you're coming this way, of course you are. Why wouldn't you be coming this way? Are you still coming this way? Oh yeah, he's still coming this way. Oh my god. Stop. Leave me alone. I think that was another patrol, like this, rather another enemy that was not the one I was trying to run away from. You know what's one of the things that GDQ taught me? Games done quick. For Mario, Super Mario RPG, is that you could super jump infinitely. I always thought as a kid, I could only super jump so many times. No, you can super jump infinitely. You just had to be really good at the game, that's all. And that the window in which you're supposed to do your super jump gets tighter and tighter every single time. And that's why it didn't work when I was doing it as a kid because I didn't understand that mechanic. I just thought you could only go X amount of times. It almost tempted me to like replay the game so I can try to do it, but I think it's like really hard to do. Also, I'd feel bad when like I don't nail it and then I don't kill the boss in like one shot. Like I'll feel real bad about that. Oh, god damn it. Me and cards. They don't go too well. Alright. Let's do one at a time. Boom, boom, there we go. Okay. Leviathan. Leviathan. Boom. 1, 2, oh, okay, let me pull... Should be fine with this. We stay at a repair station. I'll take a summoning bell. If they had a summoning bell, I'd never leave. Except when I have to go do Deep Dungeon. Seven level your crafters and gatherers. Gotcha. I have to pull him. Gotta steal though. How expensive is Dark Matter 8s? I have no idea. I'm not sure. I haven't used it in a while, so I don't know. You drop a chest? You did. A vitching. We got a vitching. Oh, it's PvP time. You know what's one thing I don't do in this game? PvP. Aside from raids, I don't PvP. I think the era of me PvPing is it's come to an end, guys. Although you know what's ironic about that statement? On Sunday, we're going to do a duo collab with the PvP man himself, Mr. Ricardo. He wanted to do a duo Heaven on High with me. I'm like, okay, when are we doing it? So we're gonna do it's gonna be a two-part. We're gonna do half of it this coming Sunday, and we'll do the next half next week. So expect that on Sunday. Which does kind of throw me off a little bit, and that's not on him, it's on me. I'm not sure what I'm doing on like the second half of Sunday, so I'm still trying to figure that out. Because it's only gonna take like 2 or 3 hours, and I'll have way more stream time for that, so I'll see what happens on Sunday. I got Crystal in Season 1, but like after that, it's like there was just no motivation anymore to do it again. I was pretty much pressing just to get Crystal. I wasn't having that much fun doing it. Like, it'd be different if I was having a lot of fun, but I just kind of wasn't really having that much fun. Damn, Wallen. Not long term? Gotcha. So you like the quickie PvP action. Yeah. It was, it was fine when we first did it, but like, there's other things we can do now. Why was I down a rage? Did I not pick it up? I didn't pick it up, did I? I used a rage and I didn't pick it up. I'm a loser. Alright, let me BRB screen because I'm gonna blow my nose. I'm gonna mute this time, I promise. Damn, rip Sig. Don't you hate when that happens, man? I hate when that happens. I'm almost out already, cool. There's so many big enemies. Oh. When will you use fortunes and affluences to get raisings if the RNG doesn't improve? For my current run? If I really had to, probably like 141, like starting at 141. You'll probably see me go a little aggressive on affluences. If I see rages, I've been pushing fortunes if I remember. But usually, like, since there's so many floors, it doesn't become too much of an issue for me. I eventually get them. As long as you're having fun, Wallen, it's all that matters, man. Just have fun. You know what? It's boring to play the job that is really good, but it's not fun. Is this from Nier? Yes! This is from Nier Replicants. So in the original Replicant, they had a DLC where you were playing Papa Nier. In the new Replicant, the version 1.22, this was just an extra content that you could do, like it was part of the game. But it was optional as well. I think you got weapons out of it. But they played these songs, these remixes, as a part of the levels. So not only it is obviously a Nier song, if you're familiar with Nier, but it was in the game, and that's kind of where I justify using the song. Like Pulse album, I justify the Pulse album because it is 14. So like my playlist, okay, let's back up a little bit. My playlist is of games that I've played and are in actual games. So every song that you hear, I've played the game in some form or whatever. So the Pulse album, it's 14, so it's like, you know, we'll explain it that way. But on top of it, they actually did put it in the game eventually, so it worked out. And that's screaming. Oh yeah, well, who's not screaming? It's not PvP if you're not screaming at your teammates. Try to do this in 4 minutes with my, Steel on. I might have to re-steal though. It's a really good remix. The remixes they had for this one and the Song of Ancients were like really poppin'. They're so good. It's just tricky. The remixes are nice also, because they don't yet. YouTube doesn't get angry with them. So like all of the Song of Ancient versions that I tried to put in, YouTube complained. I got lucky with the meal song though. They didn't seem to. They seemed okay with the meal song. Any of the Kaine music, oh forget it, dude. Kaine was angry at YouTube. I wish I could put the Kaine songs, but it was unfortunate I couldn't. Oh, I got hit. I should be fine. Yeah? Yeah. I'm really hoping I can drop this with it before my steel drops. I hope this is enough that I can stay in resolution and then get to the last set of ads. I think so. This fight always stresses you out. I think what makes this fight stressful, it's It's the fact that you're trying to conserve resources amongst anything else. Because you can do this with 3 resolutions and it's very safe. You can do 1 less 3 resos and it's very safe. But like, trying to do it in 1 reso is what makes it really tricky. And you really don't want to use more than 2, because you need another reso for 140. So like, you should max out at 2 resos, but trying to do this in 1, it gets very spicy. I thought even trying to conserve in this fight. I just tried to tell it to get it back. Yeah, that's fair. I don't blame you. This fight is just, it's a lot harder than it was before. So that's why it is. That's why it is what it is. We'll sneak a ad, by the way, when we kill the boss, guys. I missed doing the ad on floor 90, so we'll do it when we kill this boss. It'll be a 3-minute. We'll be back. Actually, I probably will take an opportunity to hit the restroom anyway. Yeah, we'll just take a longer break. That works out. I got the title, I'm not taking very seriously. I get to 80s, 90s, kind of just died. No, I think you just maybe limit testing again, you know? Or maybe you need the thrill. You need the chase again. I do have the 6th sense, yep. The one I'm chasing is the Hoarder title, which I think I'm like 900 away from the Hoarder title, so... Shalink! Hey, thanks for the 38 months of 2 tier. Of tier 2, I appreciate that, dude. I'm glad to be back. And Cheshire, aw, thanks for the tier 1. Thanks for that. Yeah, how close am I? Okay.
Angela's pop.
I can't see AoEs though. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, 800, 880. Almost. It's an easy boss fight. He's a pushover. He's nothing without his minions. Any strategy for finding the horde? Well, there is ways. Let me step out of here first. Let's talk about that and then I'll hit the restroom. So like, there used to be, and I think it still exists, there was actually a guide in Reddit a while back where someone posted all of the possible intuition locations on 1 to 10 Palace of the Dead. And basically you would just run to each spot and take it like that. I mean, it was only 100, so you get there eventually. And you could probably use the same strategy to farm up intuitions if you really wanted to. You know what I'm saying? I think the better way to do that though would be to go into like say 21 to 30 Heaven on High and build a file from like 1 to 30. Get an intuition. Go into 21 to 30 and pop an intuition, get the intuition and leave. Pop the intuition, get the like you could just do that for like, you know, 10,000 times. So like you could hard farm it if you really wanted to. In my thing, it was just whatever, we'd run into it. I'm gonna do deep dungeon like till the end of time, so I mean at some point I'm gonna get it. But if you really wanted to, there's definitely strategies to employ that you could get it in a much faster method. Also what Shilling said, I mean, if you have 4 people standing in the middle all the time, someone's gonna step on something. So it actually does lend to... It lends to having more people. You get a better chance with more people, because they're just gonna be randomly stepping in the middle of the room. Okay, so let me take a restroom break, but we'll still do ads. You won't miss anything. I'll come back when the ad finishes, so... BRB for about 3 minutes, and we shall continue. Thank you for watching, guys. And we got 30 more floors. Today's goal is 130. So we got 130, probably about another maybe 2.5 hours on stream. We'll see. So BRB, alright, guys? Damn, Wallen, you're at 99? Go get that thing, dude. Come on. Alright. Update the title. Let's continue the run. Time to continue the run. 30 more floors. I see an Ada in front of me. It's a little Lalafell. Alright, let's go. Go! Time for a landslide. Pet her? Next time. I waved. You got jump scare when you found it without intuition? Oh, I bet with the sound. Dun 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 dun. Go to next room first. Tuition, sure. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I dodged it. I was like slow. I was like slow to dodge shatter. I just to run out of shatter. I ended up dodging it anyway. I know there's the Ziz walking around. Oh, there it is. Nice. Yeah, I guess I could fortune anyway. Fortune. How many more kills I needed? One more. Two more. Three more? Just three more. Okay. That's not bad. Still save me time. I'm glad this fortune was worth it though. Look at all the chests that dropped. It always amazes me how many chests I see drop whenever I use a fortune. I could never get over it. Thanks, man. See you tomorrow for real. For the real hell. Alright. Sounds good to me. Got the strength back. I'll use the affluence now just to push it at 2. I think, well, sure, I think he means his exam, unless he means my run, which is in... Which technically, okay, so technically for him, for Shalink, it is Wednesday. And so I would continue this file on a Thursday. So he could be referring to that as well. Because right now, it's not quite Wednesday for me right now. Like 2 minutes to Wednesday. But Shalink is in, I think he's in EU, so he's ahead on time. Yeah. Because it's a time zone thing, Aren't time zones great super spells? Forward and back is my astral existence. We go forward and then we go back. And we go forward and then we go back. Exams in 3 hours? Good luck, dude. Nail it. I love them so much. They're so good when trying to figure out times to play between US and Australia. We were having some conversations on Discord, and I had to basically figure out schedules between a person from US, a person from JP, and a person from EU. And let me tell you. Let me tell you. Yeah, that's happening too, yeah. That's happening soon for NA. NA is what, next month, I think we get the... We get the time change, which I think is not going to be good for the Oceanic gamers. I think that is at a disadvantage for them, I think, but I can't remember. I think this is the last time. I think you're right. That's it. No more. Forever. Never again. Until someone decides to change the law again. Yep. I've checked that, I think. I had a witching. Oh. Could've used the witching to make that pull a lot safer, but you know what? Who remembers these things anyway? It was like 5 rooms ago, I can't remember any of these things. A Deep Dungeon Classic. Hooray, Potsherd. I'm up to 7. Oh, that's pretty good. Nice. Let's do a site here. I'll use my last fortune for this. I gotta come back here anyway. Yeah. Wonder what their ideas will be, you know? Are they going to think of something new, or are they just gonna recycle the old ones? It's really interesting for sure. Probably. I mean, they set the precedence of, they set the precedence before of changing around what the rage and the conceal and the frailty were, right? So there's 3 palms that they adjusted. So that's probably gonna do that again, maybe. I mean, heck, some of us might prove why Black Mage is so good. I can't wait to do the Black Mage run. It just won't be my top priority. It'll be up there, but not my top priority. How goes AST? All normal. I mean, Thursday is the important day, so this stuff is just whatever, but this is normal so far. Just trying to get to 130. We got 27 more floors left, and we're set for Thursday. We'll see how it goes. Last one I checked back on the VOD, it was 187. I died to a double Chimera. Which was intentional. Not... The death wasn't intentional. I pulled a double Chimera intentionally. But they did the perfect death combo. Where they did Dragon and Ram's voice same time. So that killed me. Is there any class I'm excited to run? Yeah, Black Mage. Black Mage... I guess Reaper. Because Reaper... You should be able to do landmine plays pretty efficiently. I guess some of the healers, because their damage kit is way better at 90, right? So yeah, a lot of those jobs are up there. But the other ones I have to learn. Like, I'm gonna learn what... Like, maybe Monk, arguably. Because I was having fun with 81 plus Monk, so seeing the full Monk kit might be nice. I think all of them would be great. A lot of them I'm gonna have to learn on the spot, though. The only 80 rotation the only 90 rotation I know is, pretty much Black Mage. I guess I've dabbled with... Like, I dabbled with all the abilities for Sage and Gunbreaker, because I have those at 90 on my other character, but... And Warrior. Warrior I know how to do the 90 Warrior, but outside of that I don't have any experience in the other 90s. What's the cooldown in Expedient? And can you do that out of combat? Yeah, it's pretty much the same. You just weave in more stuff, pretty much. But the gap closer AoE is gonna be kind of nice. Red Mage. No, Machinist is going to be bad for Prog, in my opinion. I think if someone decides to start with Machinist, they're gonna be crazy. Like, that's my opinion. It can't be out of combat? Oh, nice. What's the cooldown on it? Oops. Let me do full one. Two minutes. Yeah, not bad. Could be better, but not bad. Doesn't Red Mage get a shield? What's that shield that they have at 90 or something? Yeah, what does that do? Oh, that's it. Ugh. The PvP version is better, isn't it? Wait, that's a steal. Used to be 20? Gotcha. Magic damage only? Oh, okay. So it's gonna be mostly useless to me. Unless I'm fighting a sprite. Another steal. Alright, squirrels, don't kick my ass, alright? I know you guys hurt, but don't kick my ass. Have I played Terraria? I have not. I have seen playthroughs of that, but I have not personally played it. Nope. I remember watching that on GDQ one time, and all I remember is that the guy was trying to do something, and then he messed up. That's what I remember. You know, it feels so bad when you're watching a GDQ and the runner actually fails to finish the run. You feel so bad. Oh my god, it's like such a horrible feeling, dude. That happened on a recent one. It was, I think, Mario Sunshine, and the guy was doing, I think it was like getting all the stars or something, and like I think an hour into the run, he forgets to safety save, and he lost track of the amount of lives he has, so he does a game over, and I guess the game over reloads your save from the previous whatever the last save was, and it was so far back that he could not recover the run. So they converted the run from a completion into just how many stars they could get in like 90 minutes or something. And it was so bad because you could see like the panic in the gamer's face. It's like, that was obviously not the plan, and they didn't have like a backup plan at the moment. What a horrible feeling that is, man. At least the community is nice about it and stuff, so that's kind of cool, but still, you know, you came there for a goal and you actually didn't complete the goal. And I know, like, when I was reading this, because I submitted some things to GDQ this time, and I'm October 22nd, we're gonna see if I get into GDQ. But they have like a lot of like they have a lot of guidelines. Like they want to accept runs that are probably going to be successful. Like if you submit a run that there's way too much risk involved, they're probably not going to accept it. Like you have to make sure that you're gonna do a run that you can almost guarantee that you'll do. You know, that there's a lot of safety saves, that there's a lot of ways to make sure that you get from beginning to end somehow, some way. So that's a rarity. So luckily for Stray, which is one of the ones I submitted, Stray auto checkpoints like constantly. So even if I die on the run, I can very much pick up where I left off, no problem. I'm just gonna lose like a minute or two. I'm not gonna lose the entire run, you know? Yo, do it, Bara. What? Well, how can you speedrun the game if you don't have the game? Oh, wait, actually, that's fine. I think it's fine, right? Was there a steal here? Or was that the previous floor? No, there was a steal. There's a steal somewhere. I just don't remember where it is. I think it's in the starting room. No speedrun GDQ? So Pinky. GDQ, they changed around some of their submission guidelines. So there's two categories that they have adjusted. There's a category that you can submit for a challenge run. You can submit it if it's a challenge run. So like before they had like Beat Saber, they had a couple other things in there before. And they added in another thing where you didn't have to quote unquote beat the game. Because I guess all of the previous like submissions had to essentially hit credits or something. So a challenge run and you didn't have to beat the game. So I did submit the higher floors of Deep Dungeon. I submitted one of the Behemoth ones and one of the Godfathers. Because in essence that would fall into that category. I'm not beating the game, but it is a challenge run. So we'll see. It's a really long shot, but it would actually qualify under their thingies. They just have to look at it and determine if it's good enough for their damn show, which I hope it is, but that's not up to me. So I submitted Shrey and I submitted some Deep Dungeon. But yeah, a 1 to 200 speedrun, dude, that's gonna be what, 6 hours minimum, 7 hours minimum. When it comes to GDQ, shorter the better. That's the thing with them. You don't want. It's gonna be very rare to get a long run in there, because I think they'd rather have more games than less games. I mean, we did do that speedrun thing before, right, Wallen? I haven't personally thought about doing a race, a 4-man race. I'm not opposed to becoming a participant into it, but I personally haven't thought about doing it myself. I should get that bronze chest up there. And again, October 22nd is when we find out for GDQ. So I submitted a whole bunch of Palace of the Dead stuff. I submitted my solo, glitchless, any percent stray runs on all consoles. PC, PS4, PS5. And we submitted for a 3-man race for the glitchless run. And we're kind of, and a couple of the people feel like the race would be a higher chance to get into games done quick, which I agree with. I think people would rather see a race than a solo runner. So it's a good thing that we had 3 PS5 gamers that were available to submit a run. So we'll see. I just want to get myself on GDQ at least one time. That's a definite goal of me, to do something that gets me there. But we work hard. Like, we gotta work hard for it, and I worked hard for it. Hopefully I worked hard enough. That's the thing. But even if I don't get it this year, I'll definitely try next year. We'll find a new game, we'll speedrun something else, and we'll go for it. I mean, it's cool because, I mean, I'm not, it isn't just like, you know, I didn't just like randomly speedrun the game. It's like, oh look, I speedrun the game. Like, I'm still currently the PS5 world record holder for Stray. I'm like rank 8 for PC, and I'm rank 2 for PS4. So like, at least I have like the receipts that I'm pretty decent at it. The PS5 was one I was really pushing for too. I'm still there. I check every once in a while. I'm still world record for PS5, as far as I know. Like no one's uploaded a new one yet into the leaderboard, so I'm really proud about that. I can say that I'm a world record holder for a game. It's the only one I can claim right now. We did a lot of Stranger Paradise, but I've always been like perpetually like I've been like forever ranked 2 for Stranger Paradise, but at least Stray I held the record. Have you tabled Stranger Paradise? I kind of tabled it for now. There's a new expansion coming out again, so I might look into the new thing, because I got the deluxe version. The people who work with Stranger Paradise actually gifted me the deluxe version, so I could play all the DLC, and that's really nice of them. So I might dabble into the new one, but I'm not sure. Like the first DLC definitely kind of like I lost a lot of my energy with that one. I'll see about the new one coming in. Your name going in the straight video by is it? If I can hold the record that long, you know? What was better than last year? So yeah, Zevran is really into it. He's one that he's big into SOP. We'll see, I don't know. I know it comes out this month. We'll see if I want to dabble into it. I mean, maybe. I mean, I am kind of looking for... I do need a little bit of a bridge to November for Harvestella. We're currently playing Domekeeper, which Domekeeper is great, but I don't see myself playing that game for the entire month. Like, my goal in Domekeeper, how I look at it, it's first we need to unlock all the things. Maybe I can unlock all the achievements. But I do want to beat a level on their hardest difficulty on stream. And if I do that, then I don't know, I don't think there's too much left for me to do in that game. You know what I'm saying? So that's my current goal in that game. And I've only been playing, we started that game yesterday. And I've only played on the easiest difficulty, what they call normal. Still trying to understand the mechanics and whatnot, but once I beat it on the hardest difficulty, then I'm kinda good. Thanks, Arton. Oh no, Raven, you're good. I knew exactly what you're talking about, so you're good. I'm tired too, so... Which is actually a good thing. It's a good thing I'm tired, because that means I could sleep. Because my sleep has not been ideal. I started playing Legend of Mana for the first time with this good soundtrack. You know what? I tried to do Legend of Mana, Severin, and I don't know if I'm just too stupid or something, but the game mechanics were way too, like, I couldn't understand what was going on. So I didn't really continue playing it after the first 15 minutes I played it. And I didn't want to look up anything, so... Like, I don't like looking up things. I want to figure out the game on my own, but sometimes... that does shoot me in the foot, because I will stop playing a game because I don't figure it out. When I could have just looked up something and it'll tell me what to do. I played it because one of our viewers was telling me that there was one of their favorite games of all time. And it was on sale, so I wanted to try it out. And I think it's I mean, look, I'm not gonna say it's a bad game. I mean, I can't call a game bad if I can't figure it out. Like, that's dumb. But it was just a really wild game for me to try to understand, and it wasn't at the right time for me to play that game, I guess is the best way I can put it. Like, I think if I was in a different situation, maybe I'd have the patience for it, but... Yeah, I tried winging it, and... I don't know, maybe I'm too, like, stuck in my ways of how certain RPGs went. Like, you know what other game made me feel like that? Where the game mechanic felt so weird that I couldn't continue? Phantasy Star 3. I got an emulated version, I think, of Phantasy Star 3, and after playing Phantasy Star 2, and playing Phantasy Star 4, and then trying to do Phantasy Star 3, it was such a departure from the regular game mechanics. I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. Like, I was able to pick up 2 and 4, like, immediately. Like, it was just very simple for me. go to the area, fight a whole bunch of monsters, talk to this person, they tell you where to go to that area, eventually you reach the end boss. Like, okay. Phantasy Star 3 didn't do that off the start, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on, and then I just gave up. I, like, played something else. Like, I just didn't have the patience. The craziest thing ever in Legend of Mana is just crafting. You loved PS3? Oh no, you can't tell me that, Wallen. I'm all into combat, dude. A 1-hour guide on YouTube, damn. I made a mistake. The music is contextual. History you can unlock, you can soft lock the game to start, and it just tells you to reset. Is Phantasy Star one of those games they made an anime for? Is it the anime they made look at? Well, Phantasy Star was an old Genesis game, so that was definitely before really anime was there. So I imagine it's the latter. You know, in Phantasy Star 2. I found a soft lock that I didn't know was a soft lock at the time. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what I didn't know like what soft lock was in the game. Oh yeah, the original was the master. Yeah. I played 2, which was on the Sega Genesis, so that's my first memory of it. There was like this one area in Phantasy Star 2 where it was like a very small like bush area thing. So it was like a bush area that had one entry, and it had like maybe like 4 squares to walk around in. And what happened was, if you went into that area and then one of the NPCs followed you into that area, the NPC wouldn't leave. He would basically be stuck in that area that you're supposed to leave, and you can't exit. And that soft locked me. I actually had to reset the game because I couldn't leave. And I don't think I could have actually, like... I think at the time I didn't have anything to teleport me out, so I was stuck. Dun, 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 dun. 1, 2, and 4 all good games though. Phantasy Star 2 was my very first JRPG. So I got to learn about a JRPG because of Phantasy Star 2, and I think that's where I fell in love with JRPGs. And then I played Phantasy Star 4 because of course I would, because I played Phantasy Star 2. And Phantasy Star 4 was really good. That had a really dark story. When I was younger and I played Phantasy Star 2 as like, I think I was like 7 or 8 or something, I was not smart enough to beat the game. I couldn't beat the sub-boss, let alone get to the final boss. Was Mystic Quest? Love 4. Oh, dude, Phantasy Star 4. You know what I loved about Phantasy Star 4, Zevran? The combo system. That was so much fun to just play around with. So what Phantasy Star 4 had, each character had their own set of abilities. Like, you didn't have a job system. Each character just specialized in a specific weapon, and some of them had magic, some of them didn't have magic, and they all had abilities and stuff. But in essence, they had this combo system where if you were able to manipulate the characters to do their abilities in a specific order, roughly speaking, they would then combine to do one big attack. And I think the game doesn't tell you what those combos are, so you have to figure it out on your own. That was pretty fun, just experiment. Then now, I think the game doesn't tell you what the combos are, but they do eventually, like, if you figure out the combo, you do get the list in the game. Something like that. Good sub. Maybe. I never played the series. I could. I know that game was a favorite of a lot of people. We'll see what time I have, though. Because my next couple of months is, like, loaded. When is that coming out? I'm locked until March. Actually, I'm probably locked until April. Well, then the dungeon comes out, then I'm locked forever. Like, I don't have much time. Like, if Deep Dungeon doesn't show up till April, let's just say, like, worst case scenario, like, it should be like February. But let's say Deep Dungeon doesn't show up until, like, April. I have games locked down for me till, like, the middle of March. Because... November is Harvestella, Crisis Core is in December, Fire Emblem is in the beginning of January, Octopath is in the beginning of February, and then Theater Rhythm is the end of February. So there's a lot of games that's going to keep me very much occupied for a long time. What spells did... What all the spells did? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's like the beginning of February for Octopath 2. I'm gonna play that on PS5. That's a PS5 game for me, hands down. You guys are hyping up Phantasy Star 3 for me. Maybe I should try it again. Waits for Pokemon? Enjoy Pokemon. Ada, tell me all about the Pokemons. The Pokemans, okay? Tell me about all the bike things and the Wiglets and all that stuff. Is that the one where Lechonk is gonna be also? "24-hour streams? Yeah, alright. The longest I've streamed was like 13, right? 13? I did 13. That was also when I learned that you can't upload a video past 12 hours on YouTube. That's a great way to find that out. Man, I can't wait. Man, look at me, guys. I streamed for 13 hours. Let's put this up on YouTube. Rip. Has to be 12 hours. Like, oh. Well. Okay, I can't look at the chat right now because I'll die. If I miss the final thing, that's it. Valkyrie Realism is okay, pretty short, except the last mission's so dumb. Rip. There's a lot of cool ideas, but it's not fun to play. Single turn, automatic command inputs, plan ahead of time, the computer even understood to use heals on load. I'm not hardcore Pokemon person, lol. Ask my oldest brother though, he said he has old Pokemon cards. Gotcha. I have old Pokemon cards. I'm trying to see, I'm gonna wait until they cost like $1,000 each to sell them out. But we're not there yet, so... I heard Magic the Gathering is gonna add in Final Fantasy. Very random. But I thought that was cool, I guess. For the Magic the Gathering fans. Which I'm sure all of you are, clearly. You all go to the, you all go to your local comic store to play Magic the Gathering all the time. They said they are. They said that they're trying to snatch up all the big IPs and putting into Magic the Gathering. Like, they already did one of them. I think they're gonna do Final Fantasy. Which then crossed my mind. I'm like, well, Final Fantasy has their own card game already. Like, is that gonna cross over that one? Assassin. Yeah, that was the thing, I think, right? Assassin's Creed and Final Fantasy. Yeah, I guess they're just doing that now. I guess that's just a thing that they're doing. I'm out, but these bees won't let me out. Feels bad. Oh, we're gonna go into the boss now. Oh, cool. Do I strength for the boss? I might time out if I don't strength. I have 18 minutes, and I don't know if that's enough time for this boss. Your wife's a big on MTG. Ooh, nice. I did collect the cards as a kid before, but I never played the game. Never did I ever play that game. But I did collect the cards. It's part of their Universe Beyond thing. Universe Beyond. I guess everyone's into the multiverse, huh? I actually got to watch the Doctor Strange multiverse on this train. On the train. The hell? On the plane. We'll do a 3-minute ad when we kill the boss. Heads up, guys. To keep the ads off the stream. Alright, boss. Alicanto. Card games were a mistake. The original gacha. No, they weren't. They're a business model. Obviously. They're a mistake for the customer. They're not a mistake for the companies. The original loot boxes. Oh, that was late. I did not get that in the bulb. Oops. My bad. I never got to. I collected them, but no one in my grade school ever played them, like, openly. And I didn't know anyone that would play them, so I never played them. I don't know if my brain would have been able to comprehend how to do it properly, though. I feel like I would have gotten so frustrated and I would have been bad at it, but... I have no idea, you know, I just wanted the pretty cards. I just wanted cards that look cool. But I think it was way too much for me to understand. Gotcha, Jar Jar. Yeah, I don't think I could ever do that ever, like, in my lifetime now. I mean, even if I ever play free-to-play games, man, there's no free-to-play game that could make me spend money on unless I am getting money off of it, right? Like, I guess if 14 had a gacha system, I would spend money into it only because I'm earning money out of it. But still, like, I'd probably rather use that money, I don't know, on food or something better than the game. Genshin. I know Genshin has a content creator program now. I've been seeing a lot of my mutuals play that more recently. Genshin I'm too far away from. If I had kept up with Genshin since day one, maybe I'd think about it. But I'm too far away from Genshin, I can't get into it. I mean, bless Donut Bunny for actually starting up the game like a month ago. like that's really brave of her. Because, man, all I'm gonna think about is how far behind I am from everyone. I did stop playing Tower Fantasy, though. I knew that I would stop playing it when I went on the trip, because I wouldn't want to upkeep that game on my phone, on Wi-Fi, because I tried playing that game on my phone, and that game was ass on my phone. Like, I needed a controller to play that game, and I didn't want to bring a controller just to play a game on my phone. I'd rather bring my Switch, which I did. So I ended up falling off that game, and I don't want to log into that game because I'm like 3 weeks behind. Oh, really? Hey guys, again, we're gonna play a 3-minute ad. So the streamer will be AFK. You guys can continue the conversation. I'll come back in once the ads are finished. Thank you for supporting the stream. And we shall continue into 111. BRB, guys. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. Let me refood. Bum, 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 bum. You got everything? Sure, boss. 111, let's go. Already played the song. Skipping. Yo, Arden, have a good night. If you can hear me, I'll catch you next time. I hope the bread works out, dude. Sorry to hear about what happened, but I hope it works out next time. Oh, that's not good. I do not want to deal with two of them. Welcome back on the ad, guys. I appreciate the support. A lot of toads I need to worry about. Wind down doing PvP because you like it. That's it. It's that simple. You have fun. Don't really need to explain it further than that. I'll just fight over here so I can let that toad go. I was wondering where he was. Alright, let's go. Check the chest, off we go. And then check the last chest and off we go. I could use the steel. So I can at least pull a little bit more. Boom, 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 bada boom. Alright, almost there. 19 floors left, team. And then we are to victory. Yes, okay, thank you, Pudding. Can't get the intuition though. God damn it. I see a landmine though. Me as well. We got a lust pack, nice. Okay, that was good. That forced me into steal, but you know what? Good. I can now pull faster because I have a steal on. Found a cool thing to check out. Oh, no fun. I'll check out later. Don't worry. My notifications were going crazy anyway, so I'll have to deal with a bunch of them later. This time I didn't notice. Because I had other ones. That's the exit? Okay, that's free. Also, if you need anything from the Alliance raids, 3-man unsynced is fun. Finally a last minute. Oh, nice! I'll keep that in mind. Once that regen drops, I gotta go. Alright, pretty good. Keep feeding me steel. Well, that works actually. I'll use it. Oh, never mind. I'm using it. I can't remember if I flighted this. I think I did. I did flight this, okay. Another lust. I'll use it in a sec. Let me check the other chests first. I believe I affluenced this floor. Oop. God damn it. You know why that happened? Because I was gonna run out of the AoE and I got stunned the moment I tried to run out of the AoE. So I got hit with both of them instead of just getting hit with one of them. That's free. Okay, and then we check the other chests, and then we go, because I think the other one was a silver when I initially looked at it. Yep. We get the lust and off we go. Nice. I'm gonna lust gaming, guys. Lust is gonna be one I'm going to really use a lot more than I have been. I've been sleeping on lust a little bit too much. I need to use it more. And I need to get used to using it. Not only do I need to use it, I need to get used to using it. And when I'm used to using it, I have confidence, therefore I can use them. I can use it in higher strategies. Alright, 14, let's go. Got about 16 floors to go. The victory. Victory. Running out of my steel. Oh, I'm out. Well, I want to check the other chest, though. Take the last room, then off we go. I think, if I can get there. Actually, I don't think I can get there. We'll just go. I already heard that song. I already heard the song too. Come on, playlist. There's more music. I know there's more music. No. Oh my god. On light speed. Oh crap, I didn't even do that. Oh my god, I get interrupted. Feels bad. I get one Vuln on. Oh, this is actually a little bad. And then a pudding spawns, nice. Which I probably aggro. Yep. Nice. A lot of things trying to kill me right now, guys. I am not minding my heals. I gotta focus. Okay. That was actually a lot harder than that looked. To try to make sure I didn't die there. Goodness. Oh, nice. Thanks to the rage. Yeah, I'll do the rage fortune. I'll do it. Really? This floor was quite the floor. Okay, we're here. We're out of here. Flight's good. Use it later. Okay, hopefully nothing else respawns. I don't want to find anything. This floor seems to want to kill me. HP down. Okay. Oh, fantastic. Well, I'm gonna have to probably fight it. Oh, now you gave me a certainty. Ish, what's up? Well, so far so good. I can't complain. Just getting through the floors, you know. However long it takes, we're doing it. But so far so good. My raisings have been a little concerning though, I'm gonna admit that. We're still at 1 raising for the entire run. And it is getting a little bit to a point where I should really start seeing more. Or I'm gonna be a little concerned about that. We got a lot of floors though. No. Yeah, okay. We'll go with the taco song. How you doing, Ish? Hope things are good on your end. I see it. Oh, that's not even... Wait, how did I not step on it the first time? What the hell? I avoided that the first time and get hit with the second time. Sometimes I don't understand my pathing. I don't want to go through the room, I might step onto the trap. Damn it. I have to fight the Ochu. Wait for the AoE. There you go. Okay. Doing good, getting ready for another run. Oh no! Alright. The 90 PoTD or the 90 Onra? Oh no, you missed the bomb. Sorry to hear, it happens. You just gotta learn the lesson, don't do it again. So. Innocence. Alter no. I'm getting a lot of flights. I'm not complaining. I bet I love Astra by now. Oh yeah, I just love it, dude. I took a vacation, so I couldn't do Astra, and I come back to do Astra. That's how much I love it, dude. How you doing, Wetmog? Oh god. Okay, well that's really complicated. Okay, I gotta really pay attention. Wait, there's another one, isn't there? Or no? I'm still getting back. Trying to knock out this cold that I have. Because I'm really tired of it right now. So getting my sleep back in order, but everything else, other than that, more or less pretty good. Things are pretty good, so. My husband kind of sick the past week, he won't go, ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I got sick on the trip, unfortunately. Wait, I used to flight. Okay, I'm just gonna go. I got sick on the trip, so. But thankfully, it's just a cold, not worse than that. And I've tested 3 times and not positive, so. Yeah, I mean, it's cold season, so. Kind of comes with the territory, I guess. Nice. Getting the push shot Thursday. Godspeed. No, 130, 130, 130. There's no way I'd survive to 150. I gotta go to 130. So 12 more floors, hopefully. Wedmog, have you gotten back into Palace yet or no? Still busy. 199. 199 with the possibility of actually getting to 200. That's my PB. I mean, I've had a 196 with the possibility of getting to 200 also. And I say that specifically because it, you know, it could have been a 199 timeout, 199, I crawled my way up to 199, and then whatever, we got there as best we could. No, there was a possibility I could have gotten to 200. I just botched it. And my very first time to 191 plus, we got to 196, and I had, my palms were really, really good. And unfortunately, I couldn't bring it home. Because I had just a really unfortunate situation. So it is what it is. It does feel bad that on 2 occasions I actually could have been done with Astra already. But I needed to just be a little bit better for it. And maybe I wasn't ready for it. Maybe I needed more of the grind to better my entire repertoire of like Deep Dungeon in general, you know what I'm saying? I do feel like I'm getting better at Deep Dungeon because of this job. Like I'm definitely having to push so many limits right now, it's just insane. Maybe there's a reason. DSR Pog was brutal, took us so long, and then Savage Shop? Oh god. Yeah, that's true. I guess you're like super busy. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I was telling this to Aurora before he got his clear. I mean, he was starting to feel a little pressure on, you know, getting the clear, which is understandable. I mean, I know what he's feeling. I know what that feels like, but what I told him was, look, man, people are there because you're putting on a damn good show. And as weird as it sounds, failing actually is not a bad thing, because it'll feel different when you actually get the clear. Like, people know that you're chasing something that you haven't done yet. When you already have it, it's not as exciting. No matter how you spin it, no matter what you do to explain it, it's not as exciting when you already have it. And so right now, I don't have it. I clearly don't. You can look at the leaderboards. I don't have it, so we're chasing it. Once I do, once I get the clear, it'll never be as exciting as that chase. You gotta enjoy it. And maybe that's what it is. I'm enjoying it. Not that I'd like to do other things, though. I kinda want to do something else, but you know what? Here we are. This is just what this is just what life has given me right now. Imagine doing something else in this game. Couldn't be me. I guess I have to deal with the normal. Okay. Nice! It's safety. I will also fortune. Actually, I'm gonna drag you with me. I'm gonna drag you with me too. I'm finally a little bit burnt out after the SR, just doing Weekly Savage and getting ready. Yeah, I guess that's gonna happen too, isn't it? We're gonna see what the next ultimate is. Insane to think that that's gonna actually happen, right? I don't know why I decided to do that. Completely unnecessary. In both the new Deep Dungeon and the new Ultimate. Hell yeah, dude, we all are. Can't wait. Still on the grind, MGS. I wouldn't be surprised either. I think getting the ultimate in seems very ambitious. New D Dungeon 6.3, yep. We just don't have a date and an exact patch, but that's what they announced. I mean, look, I have a lot of faith in the devs and what they're capable of doing, but another ultimate after we just had DSR and people are still climbing that, man, it seems ambitious, both in development and just timing. You know? Like, I feel like there should be more space between them. So I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. Like, I would be, you know what would be more of a likely situation for me is that they push it because it's in respect to the other ultimate, not because of development. I believe that they do have it in development, but they push it because of, like, people still working on DSR, you know? But then if you do that, you have to push it to, like, 6.5. You can't do it in 6.4. Yeah, because that's gonna carry you into the new expansion. There's a lot of time for that. But I guess we'll see. Maybe they still think gamers are better than that they're better than they think they are, or something like that. Yeah, that would be fine. I think that's a very good reason too. And I don't think you're gonna get many people complaining about it. Yeah. Most likely, that's the idea. I think they did say it's not gonna be right on the 6.3 patch, so it'll have a slight delay, which probably just puts it at there. Because, I mean, if you're gonna have Ultimate, then that's gonna be 6.31. There's no way they'd put it on top of Ultimate. They wouldn't release the two content at exactly the same time, so you have to think it's gonna be delayed after that, right? But, like, logically speaking, if it's not gonna be on 6.3, it has to be 6.35. At least that's how I look at it, but hey, things can change, who knows. They could do it like Palace. If you weren't around when Palace got released, they released the first beginning floors, they did 1 to 50. And then in a later patch they did the rest of the floors. You could see that. I don't see why they would. I mean, if they would only do that if the floors are like 200 again. If it's like 100 floors like Heaven on High, there's no way they do it in 2 parts. Also, Deep Dungeon in installments would definitely, like, be such a tease, I'm not gonna lie. That would be a real tease. I prefer D Dungeon 6.3 and Ulti 6.5, that's just me. I think that's what's smarter. I mean, obviously I don't care, but I think that's what's more logical. I'm thinking about taking White Mage for my next clear. Do I need multi-pull and White Mage? No, single pull is fine. You'll be fine on single pull. I think if anything, if you want to get like interesting and a little spicy, Kiambi, one thing that might be nice is try to time your size where you're just about to kill enemy A and you clip enemy B. You know what I'm saying? That might be a decent way of handling it. Or something like that. Like, if you want to at least get a little extra damage in, but you don't really need to do double pulls on White Mage. Actually, from what I recall, man, I don't even think I did double pulls at all on White Mage, because Holy was a little annoying to utilize. In the sense that I wanted to save it for the stun more than anything. So I really didn't spam Holy. I did more AoE pulling on Sage and Scholar and etc. Guys, we're gonna play one more set of ads, 3 minutes, when we kill this boss. I think I'm also gonna stand up for a second and hit the restroom so you won't miss too much, and then we'll do the last 10 floors of the run. I think I'll hit the restroom before we go. I'll read the rest of that once I pop out of here. Okay, let me update the title, and then let me read the thing, and then let's step out for a second and hit the restroom. The sad part about 0.5 ultimates that it would feel like such a waste. Usually people spend their entire extension redoing ultimates. Bringing it so late and with the new expansion, jobs making very waste. That's the only problem. Now, in retrospect though, MGS... Oh, it's tier 1, thanks man. I am not climbing to 150. No, we are not spreading that propaganda. Have a good night. In retrospect, MGS... It would have been a really good idea to release Ultimate at 5.5. At the end of Shadowbringers, because we had, like, gamers had literally, what, an entire year where there was dead content? And that would have been a good time for people to grind out Ultimates. But instead, the thing that most people tried to do was, oh, I can get into Savage for the first time. Oh, I can do Ultimates for the first time. And that's what ended up happening. So instead, you had more people get into that content, and then they were prepped for Endwalker. So it kind of worked out, but you still had that cry of like, oh my god, there's nothing to do in this game. Oh my god, what is there to do in this game? Guys, there's Deep Dungeon. So putting it at the end of the expansion is not a bad idea for you to bridge the gap from end of one expansion into the new expansion. Now, all of those concerns are very valid. The job changes throw it all off. DSR was nice to have it in the beginning of the expansion at the end of the day, because you didn't have to readjust it twice. You didn't have to make one content, one version, and then have to readjust it to the new version. That's, I guess, nice. So there is plus and minuses for each one. I just remember at the end of Shadowbringers, dude, the endless cries of people talking about dead content, and then I'm here, like, chasing Omni, Heaven on High. I'm like, what dead content, dude? I'm busy. I literally have more goals than I could keep track of. I don't know what you guys are talking about. But I understood. I get it. You guys are raiders. That's all you do. So yeah, you beat all the raids. You got all the BIS. You have nothing to do. I get it. So... Hey Ish, thanks for passing by, man. I appreciate it. But we kind of screwed pace. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, and I was gonna get to that point too, MGS. I don't think that'll be a problem this expansion, almost for sure. As long as we keep on pace, we're not gonna have that big ass gap from Endwalker to 7.0, right? So you're not gonna have to worry about filling the gap and killing time till the new expansion. And not to mention, dude, look, leave 14 out of this, right? In terms of time and dead content, there's so many games to play right now. And in all honesty, if there's a big gap between 6.5 and 7.0, I think people are gonna bless Yoshi P because they can play other games, right? Like, even on my current, like, 4-month docket of what I have coming up, have Harvestella in November, Crisis Core in December, Fire Emblem in January, Octopath 2 in February, Theater Rhythm at the end of February, and then Deep Dungeon somewhere over there. Like, I'm busy for like 6 months, dude. Plus. I have more than enough games and everything to play till like the end of time right now. So yeah, you're probably not gonna run into that problem right now. I think it was a double whammy back at the end of Shadowbringers, because not only was there that dead content period, there were no games to play. Like, I guess you can go back to old games, but you weren't having this slew of new games that people could pop in and try out. So you all had to just, you know, endure the wait period, but now we're at the end of that, so that's not gonna really happen. So I don't know, it's definitely a toss-up. I personally think having it at the end expansion is still not a bad idea. You know, people are winding down the expansion. It'll keep them playing until the new one. I think between that and having it earlier, or that and having it on the new... Well, maybe it's better to have it in the new expansion. Where you average 1 ultimate per, but I mean, if they're trying to average 2 ultimates per expansion, I mean, I guess that's the best place to put it. 6.5, not 6.3. I had so much to do, downtime between. I grinded myself to 30 million, got max strength in Bosha, got 50 in Eureka, also got all my jobs, so yeah. Yeah, and then you know what is so funny to me, Para? I'll say this last point before I step away for the restroom. I saw so many people try to go for the Amara mount post Shadowbringers, like, oh, I'm gonna get Omni 70, I'm gonna get all the crafters to Omni 70 and Omni 80 and all that stuff. And then the expansion releases EW, right? Like, a lot of them just hit Omni 80. They're like, oh, I'm gonna go get Omni 90 right away, man. Right at the beginning of the expansion. In my brain, I'm like, well, if you do that now, what are you gonna do later? Like, okay, that's great, but like, damn, dude, like, we have an entire expansion. Like, there's gonna be so many ways we can level, like, moving forward. Like, that's cool. And I know you're gung-ho that you did it before, but damn, dude, like, what are you gonna do later? And then what happened was people were like, I don't have anything to do right now. I'm like, oh my god, yeah, you ran out of content. It's really funny. But you got it, right? Because people were taking the momentum from the previous expansion of like getting literally everything to 80 because they were so far behind and they had the time to do this. That now it's like, no, let's keep going to 90. So I know many people who don't mind ultimates in to have something to do, yeah. But since I've been playing this game for 7 years, I like to take pretty good month before expansion to keep the hype. That's fair. That's fair. Absolutely fair. See, I've never ended my sub in this game, like paused it or taken a break or anything. But then to be fair, like, I mean, Deep Dungeon just keeps me occupied forever. So I mean, I'm in a different spot. So my friends get super into completing as much content as possible, and suddenly go to something. Yeah, Cheshire. That's exactly it. You know, I mean, that's the same old saying in terms of new patch content, right? You have gamers who a patch comes in and they bum rush the patch and they kill the patch in like a week, and they're like, man, there's nothing to do in this game. It's like, yeah, because you did all the stuff in the game. Only reason I got everything to 890 is because I plan to get all the relics and release. Yeah. I never ended my sub 2, just take base, lucky SC. Damn, dude. Yoshi P, thanks to you. Okay, so let me take a break. I want to stand up and just like run around a little bit, not literally, but because I am like, I'm getting sleepy. I'm feeling it. Like, I'm still trying to recover from that, so I'm getting some fatigue. So I want to wake up a bit, and then we'll do the last 10. So BRB, thanks for watching. 3-minute ad. No BRB. Alright. Wait, 8 seconds. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2. Did they take breaks? I tend to get ADD and stop playing for weeks and months, hyper-focus on 14, and play it non-stop for months and months, depending on a lot of yeah, it's fair. Yeah, Wetmog. I did Reaper Heaven on High before I went off to vacation. So that was, what, 2 weeks ago? And I looked back at the last time I did Reaper, and that was when I did it in the pre-release for Endwalker on the first day. And that was 8 months ago. And I'm like, I can't believe it's been 8 months since I did Reaper in Heaven on High. I'm like, wow, that's 8 months ago? Holy moly. And it's like, I kind of always wanted to circle back to Reaper. It's just I was doing a lot of things, and we were taking, like, viewer requests and stuff. And Reaper was, like, a viewer request, sort of. I'm like, wow, 8 months ago is when I did Reaper. Holy moly. So, that's fun. Fun and interesting. Alright, let's finish these last 10 floors so I can go to sleep. Like a good plan to me. Actually, no, correction. So I can attempt to go to sleep, yet stay awake the entire time because I can't sleep. Yeah, that's more of an accurate depiction of what's going to happen tonight. Yeah. Sounds familiar. I will say, though, my sleep has gotten, I would say my sleep currently, like, relatively speaking, it's been better than what I've had the past 3 weeks. Like, you know what I was hoping for? My sleep has never been great for a while. I was hoping that in the trip when I was on vacation, that I would, like, and I did have a lot of opportunity to sleep on vacation, but the beds were okay, the pillows were trash. They were real bad pillows, and also the weather, the room temperature was really warm. So I was just very uncomfortable trying to sleep. So to couple that with my inability to actually sleep was not good. So that's probably one thing. Bizador, thanks for the follow. That's probably a whole bunch of combination why I even got sick to begin with, is because I was just dealing with lack of sleep the entire time. So like now I'm home. I'm kind of getting back a little bit on sleep. Like a little bit back to normal when it comes to sleep, so at least that's helping. Yeah, I had multiple times on the tour that we had, I had an opportunity to sleep between like 8 and 10 hours, like with like uninterrupted. Like I had to get up. We were getting up at like 6 o'clock a.m., 5 o'clock a.m. But with that being said, we were back in our hotel with enough time to like actually sleep. But I couldn't do it. I just barely had too much. I just barely had enough sleep every single day. So it sucked. Yeah, but I could have dealt with it. I mean, if I'm tired enough, I'm going to pass out kind of thing. But unfortunately, it was just too uncomfortable. But it is what it is. I actually slept better on the plane than I did in beds. When I went on vacation in Mexico, I slept in an instant, not giving a damn about hot weather. Yeah, you know, when I was young like you, Ada, back in my young days, that used to be me. But now I'm old as hell and I can't sleep. Goddamn old age, dude. Don't get old, Ada. That's my lesson to you. I shall impart that knowledge to you. Don't get old. Easy game. Hey Frodo. One moment while I check the chest. Finally got the Behemoth after going through 124 for the first time. Died to 1% HP left, but it's all good. 1% HP, that's really good. That's like 2 GCDs. Define old? I am 30 plus. I'll go with that. How my reflex is so good? Because I'm Asian. That's it. My bones don't agree with me. The brain does. Yeah, dude, I wake up, my bones crack. I'm old. Oh, you know what? We'll pull it. We'll pull the turtle. Also, it could be because I've been doing this for a long time, so I'm not really gonna be too surprised about things in here, you know? That's part of that, too. The only time you can maybe test my reflexes for real is if I play a brand new game. That's when, like, you can actually see if my reflexes are good or not. Turn 40 this pet. Oh, you went to 4. Oh, my sleep gets less every... God. I don't know what, Mog. My dad doesn't say that. My dad seems to get more sleep each year that passes by to me. I'm not good at math. Supposedly I'm supposed to be good at math, but dude, I can't do math for the life of me, man. Or StarCraft? Dude, I can't play StarCraft for the life of me. I can't do fighting games. My brain is not fit for fighting games. Oh, you want to test my reflexes for a fighting game, though? Well, actually, you can test my reflexes for StarCraft. You're gonna see how bad they are. I can't micro at all. Oh. Well. Oh, crap. Wait, actually, let me take the... Hold on. Take the Paralyze first. So I guess specific... It is specifically Korean, that's true. Yeah. It is specifically Korean. You're 32? 4 months. 4 months? Nice. You never played? I played StarCraft 2. They had a section in that game that could actually teach you how to essentially play the advanced strategies. And when I got to the section of macroing, I quit doing regular games and I went back to custom. I'm like, oh, I can learn how to play good at this game, and then I couldn't macro because I just sucked at the game. So that sucked. With a wonderful kid, so my sleep is none. Oh yeah, the kids certainly don't help. Dude, I don't even have a kid and my sleep's bad. That's how bad my sleep is, dude. I don't even need a kid. I just have to exist. You know, that's one part, by the way, RTS, Wetmog, that rubbed Diofield a little off me. A tiny bit. I still would have played Diofield if I had time, but Diofield was very RTS-ish, and immediately my brain's like, oh god, I'm not good at RTS. I can't deal with RTS because I will never be able to optimize correctly because I can't think that fast. Like to basically think about Area A and what's happening in Area A, and to quickly deal with what's happening in Area B, and to go back and forth, that's tough for me. That part's hard. So like in StarCraft, having to manage a battle, and this was actually Warcraft 2, like Warcraft 3, Warcraft 2, have to manage a battle while also maintaining your resources and building units, I could not do that. I was literally incapable of multitasking in that game. You never control over 4. Yeah, it felt a lot like RTS, and I have such a negative concept of it just because I just am not good at that game. I'm gonna rage. It mind boggles me how good people can be at those games, you know? It's like you have to have this internal timer in your brain about when things are supposed to happen and all that stuff to be able to be good like that, and I can't. I'm not built for that. I'm just not built for that. I was always built up a ton of units and send them all at once. Yeah, that's what I did. And then, like you're supposed to basically, like, as you're sending in units, you need to go back to your base and start more, right? And then come back to battle. And then, of course, the more advanced gamers are, like, you know, attacking, running back to evade and all that stuff. Like, I get it. It's just... I don't know, I'm just not wired for that. Like, I think I'm way too OCD for that kind of thing, in the sense where, like, I need to have everything such a set format. That's why I like building games. I actually reinstalled a game called Project Skyline today, because I was just looking for something to just relax and chill and play something that would be along those lines. And like city building type games are that. And what Project Skyline is, if anyone like old enough played Sim Tower, it basically it's like a successor of Sim Tower. Except it was released like maybe like 5 years ago. So it's very recent. And it just does that. It's just you're just building a tower. And you're trying to make the tower profitable. That's all you're doing. But that's a game that I like, because I can set that up in a very OCD fashion, you know? Put all my restaurants in one area, put all my hotels in one area, put all my my offices in one area. Make sure all the floors are even, you know? That kind of stuff. Like one of the games I really enjoyed a lot was Theme Park. Where you just made a theme park. That was fun. I like that. Did these Koreans get Necromancer? Yes. Actually, you know what's funny about Koreans, guys? About the Korean gamers for Final Fantasy XIV, Frodo? They are a couple patches behind us in terms of 14. Like, China and Korea are behind us in patches. And I had cleared Dark Knight somewhat recently, because I wanted to go back to Dark Knight for the new Living Dead and everything. And we did a Living Dead play in 171. Like I've done it like a dozen times. You guys have seen me do it on multiple tanks and everything. We do a big pull, we do Living Dead, we do a landmine, we survive, we kill like 12 enemies, etc, etc. Yeah, they're an Endwalker, but at the time I posted the Dark Knight Living Dead landmine strat on Twitter, I don't think Korea had the new Living Dead yet. And so I was getting so much traction through the Korean community, because they can't do that. And they're seeing something like in the future of what Dark Knight could do in the future in Deep Dungeon. And they were all like, I couldn't really understand. Obviously, I can't understand what they're saying, but some of them are like they're all confused at what they're watching, because they know what the current Dark Knight kit is, and they can't do that. So it's really interesting to see that perspective kick in. And yeah, that was, you know, that's something I never considered. You know, that let's say there's an update to a job, a major update to a job, and you showcase that update. Like immediately, well, the Korean gamers and the Chinese gamers, they can't do that, so they're gonna be looking at a glimpse of the future that they're going to see, that maybe even their patch notes or live letters have not even touched upon, because they're a little bit behind, like maybe 1 or 2 patches behind us. Spreading fake news, yeah, or that, yeah, too. Wow, this is illegal. You can't do this. What is this? I enjoy the Anno series when I need a change of pace. Switching. RTS games require a skill that I don't have. Being able to... Hold on. Hold on. Being able to pay attention to multiple things at the same time. I couldn't even get my driver's license because of the lack of that skill. That's interesting, because you know what, Para? I would say I'm good at multitasking. I would say I'm pretty decent in multitasking. Not the best, but I'm pretty decent. So the fact I can't RTS multitask is, like, odd. But maybe I just need to play the game more, I don't know. Also, Dark was a run I made it with Behemoth with, and New Evolve so clutch for sure. It's a game changer. That new Dark, that new Living Dead is a game changer, man. I mean, a lot of us obviously remember what Dark Knight used to be, and it was very hard. And a lot of us discourage you from trying to do Dark Knight, honestly. Like, it was very difficult. Well, you know, like, here's what you're expecting on Dark Knight, good luck. But... on specifically Behemoth, I think Dark Knight would be better. Because there's just a lot less... Like, Warrior has quite a bit going on with Behemoth, although it's still fairly easier than it used to be. But I think, in comparison between the two, Dark Knight has a lot less going on. Dark Knight is just... Dark Knight, you just run up, make sure you expend all your resources, and then Living Dead eventually, and then you kill it. Like, it's like, I killed it with almost like an entire meteor ahead of time. Warrior also was an entire head of me at a time, but I had that was a very structured rotation. Like, there is a lot you wanted to do correctly. Dark Knight is just like, survive the first one, kind of survive the second one, like, make sure you don't really mess that up. Like, just get a Soul Eater. I mean, you still want to kind of plan with 2 Soul Eaters, but I did it with 1 Soul Eater, and I dropped food. And then... Living Dead, and then you're gonna kill it fast enough. You don't have to go crazy on it anymore. Shit. But I do think Warrior on the climb is better than Dark Knight. You know, if you had to rate the climb between the two of them, minus Behemoth, I think Warrior's still better on the climb. I mean, you can't beat Raw Intuition. Like, that's just, you just can't beat it. They won't leave me alone. Oh my god, they really won't leave me alone. What the hell? There's 6 patrols. Okay, well at least we killed 4 of the patrols out of the 6 available. Okay, make that 7 patrols. Make that 8 patrols. You know, just 8 patrols, it's fine. Who's counting anyway, except me? Oh god. Damn it. You know, I knew he was gonna juke me. I was just trying to get around, but I couldn't do it. I gotta worry about the 2 coming back, too. Is that another one? Oh my god, it's another one. So there's 3, there's currently 2 more going to the south, 2 more coming back up. Actually, there's 3 going south, 2 coming north. And I killed 4. Awesome. What the hell, dude? There they all are. That's most of them right there. Holy moly, get me off this floor. We're still not off this floor. Summoner sounds pretty neat as well. Overall, just stacking. Yeah. Summoner is not a pushover Behemoth's not a pushover on Summoner, though. You do have to kind of have a decent idea of what you're doing, but it's still pretty good. I'm not getting to that. Let's just do the lever. Sure. It is rough on Behemoth, but it's really just under Machinist. It's very good on the floors. Physical range on the floors are really nice. Dancer is fantastic. Machinist is obviously the best, but Bard is great. I mean, Bard has Peon, which is really good for erasing debuffs. You know, having that Asuna and the Isuna shield, really nice to have. Getting rid of poison, getting rid of certain debuffs, getting rid of Vuln sometimes, like, it's nice. Red Mage. Oh, what will be dominating for solo, if we don't count tanks? I would probably still say the physical range. So, there's going to be two sections you need to think about Aerospark. In terms of progging, physical range is bad. Like, man, like, I would really discourage anyone from trying to prog Deep Dungeon on a physical range. Like, that's not a good idea. How I look at it, what kind of kit it has, you're not gonna have it's gonna be tough. Now, I will think at the end of the day, when people have figured out all the runs, when we put out the guides, you know, Meiji has her guide probably, I have all my videos, and you have everyone, Finn, Aurora, like, everyone doing videos. I think with knowledge, physical range will start to come back up. You know, maybe Machinist does become popular, Dancer, etc. become popular. So, I think at the end of the day, let's say end of the expansion, right? That'll be a good indicator. What's going to be the popular job at the end of expansion? I don't know. Could be Summoner. You know, honestly, maybe Summoner probably gets up there, because Summoner is really good right now. I mean, a lot of people do sleep on Machinist currently in Heaven on High. Not for Palace, but Heaven on High, a lot of people sleep on Machinist. Because really, Machinist is great. I mean, it's not any worse than it is in Palace, it's just the tanks overtake it, right? So I think you're gonna probably see Machinist. You're probably gonna see Summoner. Maybe if some of us make Black Mage look really cool, maybe I can convince you to do Black Mage, but I don't know, we'll see. I would say Machinist Summoner. Could look at Reaper too. I mean, Reaper might be very fascinating. That you get the regen and the shield and all that, and all the damage that you have. But melee's melee, and honestly, melee can be debatable in the sense that what enemies are we running into? Like, if you're dealing with a deep dungeon that's more closer to Heaven on High, where the enemies are kicking your ass versus Palace, melee might be really tough. I think for Palace, it's not so bad if something like Godfather didn't exist. And melee would be, like, not too bad at all. I mean, the mimics do hurt, but, like, it's really not as bad as, like, Heaven on High could really kick your butt. I don't know. Ninja is weird, because Ninja has a higher skill ceiling, in my opinion. And I don't think a lot of people are gonna play Ninja the way you need to really shine on that job. So for it to be a favorite of, like, the populace, I think it won't get up there. Otherwise, you know, if Ninja was a favorite of the populace with its ability and stuff, it would already be up there, and it's not. It's not up there for, like, the top jobs in terms of, like, recommended jobs to clear, so on and so forth, you know what I'm saying? I still think Ninja is the most fun job I've ever done in Deep Dungeon. What it can do and how it can perform is bonkers, but not a lot of people can do it, not a lot of people want to do it. I think a more straightforward job like Reaper will be favored over Ninja. And I clear once, I mean, true. Best would be Astro, obviously, yes. I mean, why am I having this discussion? Of course it's Astro. Oh, so we had a JP runner. I think it's Fania. Fania, by the way, if I remember correctly, and I read their tweet correctly, Fania has completed Heaven on High on all the classes. So, like, Conjurer, Lancer, Marauder, like, completed in all the classes. Like, they're really, like, god tier. So they, I believe, went back into Machinist on Palace post-patch. And I think they killed Behemoth slightly faster than what we have been doing. So it definitely didn't hurt. If anything, it's once again a little bit better, like Machinist has always been. Every single patch, Machinist gets better, so... I think the answer, overtake Machinist for the 90 kit. I don't know the 90 kit, so I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, you'd know better than me. So I don't know. I mean, maybe the only thing Machinist will lose is trying to, like, isn't the Machina Queen, like, single target, essentially? And it is on a timer. So, like, if you pop the Queen when the enemy's already dead, then you're wasting her, right? Like, you have to maintain that damage for the Queen to be effective, so that could get a little annoying for Machinist. Did that make sense? Yeah, I'm learning all the 90 kits in Deep Dungeon, so, like, I don't know anything about 90 kits except for, Black Mage Warrior, arguably Gunbreaker, and I know the 90 kit for Sage. You know that big-ass laser that you have? That 90 laser? I never use it, so... Because I keep forgetting it exists. Just look, okay, so it's roughly, okay. But it is like a good portion of the Machinist damage, right? Like you do want to rely on it for... where did you come from? It is a good portion of the damage, though, so you want to rely on it for a bit. Okay, so that's like exploding the turret, then. Okay. Alright, so maybe it's not as bad as I'm saying. Hey, Era, I mean, I'm not arguing. I don't know what the kid is, so I would have to do it for myself to have that better understanding. But I mean, I think Black Mage will be, pun intended, a sleeper in terms of the job options. Because its mobility is going to be out of control for the 90 kit. And you could probably set up Black Mage in such a way where you never have to stop moving. Are you telling me to raid? Actually, I don't even have Dancer leveled, I think, to 90, so it doesn't really matter. This is why Deep Dungeon is where I'm learning the kits. Unless, okay, here's actually an unless. If I can enter Criterion as sub 90 and they bump my level to 90, then I could also learn my kit in Criterion because I would try it on all the jobs if I'm interested enough. To be fair, but if that doesn't happen, then yeah, I'm gonna be learning my kits in Deep Dungeon because my jobs are not 90. Like, my main character, I only have 2 90 jobs, I think. And that's on purpose, because I predict that I'm gonna level everything in Deep Dungeon. And we were talking about this discussion earlier, where a lot of gamers were coming into Endwalker and, like, going Omni 90, like, on, like, the first patch. You know? And they wanted to get Omni 90, like, right away. Like, in my brain, I'm waiting for this Deep Dungeon. So I'll level everything in the new Deep Dungeon. I'm not gonna do Omni 90 now, like that's a waste of my time. I'll do it later. So I'm gonna learn a lot of these kits then, as opposed to now. It is, I think, 87 or 88? It's close. It's very close. Then get weekly, yeah, but you have a benefit off that because, like, you raid and stuff. Like, I have nothing to do with weekly tomes. I don't use weekly tomes, so there is no benefit for me doing it other than just having it 90 for, like, you know, the next expansion. Yes, you do want to have it at 81, and let me tell you, Red Crush, that is one priority I did do. All my jobs are 81 plus, at the very least. I did that, I made sure that happened. And that was in preparation for the new Deep Dungeon. That I would make sure I'd have access to it. Yeah. Well, that's top priority. But getting to 90, not so much, because I would just do that in Deep Dungeon. I'm still missing Paladin as the last 90 job. It's just, you hate Paladin. 11 through PvP, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, you're not dead. Okay. I didn't check that chest, did I? I feel like I did check that chest. I swear, when there's no game for me to play, guys, I'm gonna play Last Remnant. It's the music where this game came from. The only retro game I'll play on stream. A 2000 game. Retro 2000 game. Called Last Remnant. I want a different song. No. Yeah, we'll take this one. It's a good song. I like the song. It's a good song. yeah, Zeren, I feel you on that one. I think Dark Knight will be really good too. I mean, Dark Knight I think has really good damage. And, I mean, TBN is TBN. Although TBN probably does benefit a little bit more when you know what the enemies are doing as opposed to YOLO TBN. But I think it's still a really good job. Will it still be the best new D dungeon? Well, given the perspective, Midnight Monarchy, so in Palace it still is, I think, the best right now. But it's not the best for Heaven on High. But the thing is, it's not that it's bad. It's not that it's a bad job in Heaven on High. It's just that tanks are just exponentially better. From the difference from 70 from 60 to 70 is huge, and that's why people favor the tanks a lot. So, I think machinist benefits are still gonna be strong, but you're still probably gonna see tanks being a little bit stronger and a little bit more favored overall. But hey, if you like machinists, machinists still gonna be good. I think a lot of this, I mean, if you're looking at the kits that they have, it's interesting because we still have to take into consideration what the hell we're even getting. Like, there can be a difference in what jobs will be good or bad, even down to if the enemies are harder or not as hard. Like, what if there's more of a focus on the bosses again? And what if the bosses are tough mechanically? Like, you'll definitely have some jobs that are gonna excel more because of that. I mean, they could even go so extreme that a ranged class is gonna be far superior on bosses because uptime on a melee is gonna be ass. Which is fair. But we don't know that until we see it. So there's that kind of hidden factor that we can't predict, but if you're kind of looking at Deep Dungeon as it is now, you can make some interesting, you know, some predictions about what might work or not. I just don't want a sudden jump of difficulty like in Heaven on High. I want the difficulty to be, like, very difficult from, like, the first set. And then continue to ramp up. That's my dream. And it already starts hard. Well, I think the current... Hold on. What a good song. I mean, they're all good, but... I already heard this one. Okay, we'll do this one. I think the problem you have right now in Heaven on High, it's that... I mean, Heaven on High was not molded into what... It was not molded on purpose into what it is right now. Because it was different before the stat squish, and then when the stat squish happened, it changed. And I think they didn't, like, go and fix it manually, right? So, like, the current Deep Dungeon that will be coming in is going to be essentially, like, molded manually to be okay. Now, to be fair, Heaven on High originally did have that big jump from 51 to 61, but I think what was taken for granted, or rather was something that wasn't calculated, was that if you were just to compare raw enemy damage, like, you know, how much the enemy did damage-wise if you're just doing auto attacks, I think it's scaled appropriately. I think that was okay. The problem was that they parked enemies in the beginning of 61, 62, 63 that essentially just double attacked or like double attacked constantly. So you're taking double damage like in an absurd amount, whereas the further you go into that floor, enemies are not doing double attacks anymore, and now they're like a lot easier. So that's why it was jarring going from 51 to 61. If you literally just like, if you shuffled the enemies differently, and you put the Onryu at the end of the set, that would make more sense to me. Like, that would be an appropriate difficulty level. Literally, if you flip from 69 to 61, that would feel more appropriate going upward into the boss. But it was instead the other way, so that's why it felt so much more harder. And why a lot of runs ended at 61. Now, in current Heaven on High, it's different. Because they didn't, like I said, they didn't manually go in and adjust Heaven on High. So right now you have a big jump from 41 to 51. Because that's just how the stat squished worked. And they're not going to go back and fix it either. So there is a big jump from 41 into 51, and I think that catches some people off guard. That's unintentional. That's not something they intended to do. They're just not going to fix it. Which is fair. They don't have to fix it. It's not... I mean, who cares? Like, that's not a big deal. You just have to watch it. Yeah, I think they don't... I don't think they account for the kits of the enemies in their calculations of the difficulty spike. Yeah, and maybe in the next Deep Dungeon, enemy kits would be taken more into account, you know? I mean, what's a good example? It's like, take some of the easier enemies that you know of. The bombs, the Vinthirds, right? Those are easy. Domels, Bears. I mean, if you imagine putting those on, let's say, 81. So they just hit hard, but they don't do any real special attacks. But then you put, like, a Chimera that does Dragon Voice, Ram Voice on floor 30. And Dragon Voice, Ram Voice still one-shots you, but the Chimera's autos are still kind of weak. I mean, like, that's gonna be weird, but in some ways it still makes sense. It's just their actual, like, extra attacks is what kills people. Like here's an example. Like in 31 Heaven on High, you have 3 enemies that self-destruct for Enrage. Those technically one-shot you if you let them go. That's a music, please. Those will one-shot you if you let them go. But usually you don't, because they're usually dead by then. Yeah. Playing DPS later floors just feels like you're getting stat checked. But maybe that's just because the balance over full meant. Yeah, it is. No, it is. Heaven on High was a lot better in terms of the balance. But for sure, I mean, they're gonna balance it for 4-man, and then solo is kind of just there. I mean, Palace was for sure balance for party, not for solo. What Catman said, Shark memes. Good old shark memes. Now they're not a problem anymore. Yeah. I mean, that's a way to start a Heaven on High, right? You get obliterated by sharks, like, off the first floor. But I think the scaling was appropriate for a party. I think, if anything, maybe the scaling in which they thought about the difficulty of Heaven on High was scaled to 4-man and not to solo. So it didn't take into account what enemies are doing to solo runners, and that's why it ended up the way it did. You're not going to sleep until you clear it? Well, you better get some sleep, otherwise you might, you know... that's a health hazard. Fear itself. Now the bigger question that I always keep asking the chat is, do you want them to stay with Revenge Twofold, or do you want a different song? Yo, Pondering, thanks for the follow, welcome in. I feel like Revenge Twofold is a Deep Dungeon song, it's not a Heaven Sword second part of the expansion boss themed. I think this is characteristic of a Deep Dungeon, but... Feel tired of it? Or do you want a new one? I'll be going as 4 minutes some static and check out high floors. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it, like, I think that's not going to be the optimal way to learn solo, but that's more of me, that's more of a personal thing. I think it is a decent way, I'm just not gonna do it. Yeah, oh, regular boss, really? I like Finality a lot. Finality and Endwalker, which is the boss theme for Endwalker. That's a boss theme. Oh my god, that sounds like a boss theme. I would enjoy Finality, but I would like them to either keep Revenge Twofold or remix it. Imagine a remix of Revenge Twofold for Deep Dungeon. I'm losing Steel in 2 minutes. Why not a mashup? I mean, Soken's been doing how many mashups there, man? You know? I mean, he's clearly not shying away from mashups, so maybe you could get a mashup. What if it's a mashup of all the boss themes put together? I mean, what if I get my dream, and I get a heavy mechanic boss that has phases, and he composes a specific music to it for each phase, like an ultimate, and then they are just remixes of the boss themes. Don't they be sick? That'd be sick. Yeah, I can go to sleep, whatever that means. Pretty smooth. I mean, palms are good. Oh, the raising is not, though. Not the raising. But you know what? Everything else is good. I just don't have to die, that's it. There was my steal. Nothing. Actually, like, literally, that's the answer. Nothing. I haven't really been skipping chests, too. Just we haven't seen it. I picked up one the entire time. This is... Oh, well, I love it. I love the catch to clear it, too, dude. Let me know when I clear it, alright? Thursday. So, that's going to be, let's see. I streamed 5 hours ago, so about 43 hours from now. About 43 hours from now. So that's Thursday, 9 PM Eastern, and if you're not Eastern, it's about 43 hours from now. Just give yeah. Just let me know when I'll clear and I go watch that VOD. I love it. Imagine as rare spawns. Yeah, you know, I do wonder, Ray, what their gimmick is for the next deep dungeon. Because clearly there's gimmicks in all the deep dungeons, so I wonder what the gimmick will be for this deep dungeon. I mean, it should lend into what the lore is, I guess. So what's the lore gonna be and what's the gimmick? I can't wait to, like... I can't wait for them to give us, like, just something to, like, bite on, right? I don't care if they give us, like, one line. I don't care if they give us some stupid riddle. Like, Yoshi P looks into the camera and just, like, says, like, this, like, Japanese proverb or something like that. And we have to all go to Chila and be like, Chila, what the hell did he say? And then we all have to translate it. That'll keep us entertained for, like, a month, you know? Here's a Palicon. Yeah, I'll take Crumb, dude. I'll take a Crumb. Let's go. If anyone's watching the 14-hour anniversary raid, definitely let me know if anything gets mentioned on Deep Dungeon. I don't know if I'll go watch it. Lisserats! May the stars... well, we'll see. They're not quite aligning right now, but we shall see. Dude, what's up? Oh, perfect. Alright, thank you, Chila. Thank you for all the hard work you do. Yeah, it's only 6 and... Yeah, it is. It really is, but hey, look. I mean, maybe they sneak in something about 6.3, you know? Maybe they say some little hint or something, you know? I mean, I'm not gonna put my money and bet on it, but I mean, you still never know. It's, isn't it in, like, this weekend? You think they'll definitely mention 6.3? They did say they will. Like, I think the live letter really is only gonna, like, they said it's only gonna talk about what's left with the patch. But I mean... but I mean, it's like... It is 14 hours, so they have to fill the time somehow. Don't mind me, I'm dying, guys. Alright. Ted Shop, are you putting money down? I don't think I'm confident to put money down. I think I'm confident to, like, believe that something will happen, but I'm not confident to put money down. I'm trying not to cynic, dude. I'm just tired of getting sick, man. Alright, file set, 131. That's the goal. You made it. Actually, that took a while. 6 hours, dude? That took a while. we were chilling there. You know what? We were relaxing, we were chilling. I wasn't taking too many risks. But, you know what? I'm immune for the next year, right? That's how that goes. I'm not gonna get COVID for a little bit, because I already had that. I won't get whatever is happening in over the winter, because I already have that, so I guess I'm good for the year. Well, look, I hadn't been sick for like 2.5 years, and then I get COVID 2 months ago, and I get the cold now, so you know what? It's fine. It could be worse. Anyway, thanks guys. Thanks for watching. I appreciate everyone being here. If you haven't... What the hell is that? So... What? If you guys haven't already, we have all the socials and stuff. The Discord's popping, and we're getting it even better. We're working on improving Discord to be ready for the next Deep Dungeon. Got a lot of things going on. Twitter announced to go live Saturdays. You'll see a new member of the Team Solo team get announced, so look forward to that on Saturday. I guess I can shout my... You know, this is funny, because I could actually shout myself out. Because you cannot shout out the current streamer. Never mind, I'm joking. Just kidding, everyone. So we will continue this on Thursday. No stream tomorrow. I shouldn't stream anyway tomorrow. I should really take a break, but I got things to do tomorrow. But no stream tomorrow, and then we'll be back Thursday for this run. Hopefully we will do something with this. That's what I hope. But anyway, thank you for keeping me company. Hope I didn't sound too disgusting. That's my only hope, that I didn't sound disgusting. But thank you guys. Let's go raid someone. Who can we say hello to? Who there, out there, do we say hi to? Let's go. You know what? I'm gonna drop you off, guys, because we respect this man a lot in this channel. And this man does a lot of hard work to make sure that you guys are able to clear the raid tier. Because his YouTube guys are absolutely bonkers. I'm gonna go to Mr. Jun Clancy. He's raiding right now. And that's not something I usually see him do, because usually when I go to his stream, all he's doing is standing around and talking about shit. So it's actually nice to see him do actual content for once. Don't tell him I said that. But you should follow him, check him out. You really should check him out, because he knows his raids that good. If you've gone to June Bob and YouTube, man, I know a lot of you guys have used his strategies, and it's him in the flesh. So we'll drop you guys off there to enjoy his entertainment. Thursday, 9 PM Eastern, we'll do this file. So I hope to catch you guys soon. I'm gonna rest, and have a good night. Let's go raid.